who have been served up by the same managerial class, the same swamp that walks you all out to consist of. Getting the president who's duped by this, who understands the certificate we have to stand for the Constitution, to swear over the Constitution, to say that any regulation that fails that test, not just in the EPA, but any other investment agency, is not approved. I will have every agency on day one stand down, day one, January 2025, stand down for enforcing any regulation that fails that test. If that means enforcing the provision of the SEC might have a lot much more to do, that's fine, you go home and find out what's going on in the private sector. That still is part of the problem, is there are people showing up to work and never have that job in the first place. They find it. 75% reduction in the number of bureaucrats on day one, a year ago. Day one when we started. And that's how you restore accountability. It's tied to the laws that we pass through the democratic process, not the backdoor shadow that we have affecting this sector. Countless others, from the energy sector to drug discovery to every other leading innovation in the United States of America. So, freedom to code, freedom to financial self-reliance, and freedom to innovate without regulatory intervention. These are the basic principles of a crypto policy framework that's now on our website. Everyone else can go into specific elements of individual policies for support where we come down on individual cases, with specific cases that are adjudicated in personal amendment protection that should apply to code as expressed in speech. That's what I think you deserve. It's not you who deserve it, it's what we deserve as Americans. We were born as the pioneers, the explorers, the unafraid, the people who would not be stopped by somebody telling us what we cannot and what we can't achieve. And if we're never going to restore that skill production, I'll say this. What's actually going on in all of this is in the managerial class of wealth management, called for 90% income reduction at the U.S. Federal Reserve, because I will put the Fed back in its place to stabilize the dollar as a unit of measured against the capacity of monetary security. That's part of the way the dollar is threatening to lose its stance as a reserve currency. But what are we doing instead? People who are in charge, when you're constant to competition, when you try to stifle an alternative to the current system, what that means is that you're actually doing something different in your own life. So the next president, absolutely, I want the dollar to remain the reserve currency of the world. But the way we're going to do it isn't by choking competition out of existence. I welcome that competition. We want a president who has enough grounding and self-security in the United States of America to say, we are at our best when there's competition to a system where the dollar is paying on the national debt, $33 billion, $34 trillion, and growth. Then it's a good thing that people have the ability to empower that system if they wish. And if they choose to do that, that's a failure of the existing system as it exists. That's the kind of spirit that
I did say that.
That's the kind of spirit that I can bring to the White House on this kind of war for right here, as you mentioned. This goes to the heart of our national. It goes to the heart of who we are as Americans. And ultimately, we want to. You ask people my age, I'm 38 years old. I'm the youngest person ever to run for vice president. I can tell you, speaking as a member, look at many of you, members of our generation, we are lost with hungry for purpose and meaning. At a time in our national history when the things that used to fill that room, pick your favorite one, patriotism, hard work, family, aspiration, self-confidence, these things are disappearing. When you have a vacuum that runs that deep, that is when you always we've grown accustomed, we've been trying to fill that void by setting up Super Bowl and things like diversity, skin deep, at a time where we forgot the things that actually bind us together as Americans. And one of the things that binds us together is
Are we good? All right. Take two.
Take two.
Live TV, everybody.
Welcome to the Merge here at the Texas Blockchain Council's North American Blockchain Summit 2023. Thanks for joining us. We have a pretty full day today. We'll be streaming most of the day. Really soon, we have RU coming. She's part of the U.S. Blockchain Coalition, and then probably right around the same time, we'll have Vivek interviewing with Lee Bratcher.
Yeah.
Lee Bratcher. To my left, we have Dr. Bitcoin himself.
Yes. I'm Mark Hopkins. Of course, if you watch this channel, you know who we are. We are doing it live today. We are wall-to-wall coverage all day long with the North American Blockchain Summit. Like as I said, we're going to have like two desks going on here. One is live and one is almost live here. The Texas Blockchain Council has a little desk to our left where some of the other VIPs are going to get interviewed. We're going to have other media folks like Natalie Brunell and Will Foxley, some well-known podcasters in the tech crypto space. Using the facilities and giving us some good content. You paid more attention than I did because I was over here pushing buttons on the kind of the production side. But you were paying attention to Vivek's keynote a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Said a lot of interesting things. I heard Choke Point 2.0, which of course made my ears perk up because we talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
I was caught in that one personally. So what was he talking about?
So from the very beginning, I was actually pretty interested to see what he's got to say. He's on stage right now talking a little further and being interviewed, so I'm sure we're probably going to hear more about that in the future. But one of the things that I was really fascinated about was, his free speech, which talks about software and code being free speech. And, I agree to some degree, but I'm trying to get my arms around it because here's the problem that I have. In my mind, there are certain things that I would never say out loud. And like if you have a closed loop system, a computer with a closed loop system, you're creating your own software and you're doing whatever you want on your own, fine, I don't care. Okay. But the minute that gets out, I don't know how you fix that because there's going to be a lot of bad actors with a lot of bad ideas.
Well, the cat's already out of the bag on this one. In terms of the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has ruled that code is speech. So, in many ways, I don't know. It's an affectation of, how can you frame? How could the founding fathers be expected to frame something? I guess in one sense, it's a little bit like what they say about gun control. Straight to the hot topics.
Yeah.
5 seconds into the conference here, but they talk about when the founding fathers couldn't have imagined what a semi-automatic would be like when they constructed our Second Amendment rights. And if you think about it, software is like a semi-automatic rifle that's powerful.
The thing that he was talking about, the discussion points was that we have laws in place already that can cover all of this. And I don't disagree, but like many other things, you're going to need someone who specializes in that branch of the law, and that's where you get into the regulatory agencies. I think he was talking about the three-letter agencies, specifically the SEC, that he put under the gun.
Yeah.
As you mentioned that. So, I agree that I think that there are a lot of parallels to existing laws that we have, but just like a lot of the laws that we have need to be enforced properly.
Right.
So one of the things that I really like to ask, and I really want to ask pretty much everybody, is capture, for whatever you call it, legislative, regulatory, some type of capture tends to be the anchor that all of this progress that we make kind of like anchors to, right? So what is the appropriate amount of legislative capture for blockchain, for crypto?
The appropriate amount, in my mind, and this is actually very important. It kind of goes back to the code of speech thing, but I think it's more fundamental to that. Like, we don't have a constitutionally codified right to privacy in America, but it's very much the core value of the United States that privacy should exist, and it's kind of implied by other constitutional amendments. And for blockchain, the most fundamental right that we can have in terms of regulatory capture or regulatory certainty is the right to own our own private keys. Like without a doubt, everything that we find problematic with regard to government enforcement of cryptocurrency and blockchain legislation comes down to the fact that the banks and the legislature and the regulatory agencies are just not comfortable with that level of retail freedom. Retail financial freedom, retail software freedom. They just want, let us take care of it. That's cute, honey. No. Your money's safe with me. That's kind of the attitude it feels like. And every bit of hostile crypto regulatory action seems to be pointed at custodianship and like who should be allowed to control their own bits in this case. Does that answer your question? Is that kind of?
Yeah, I mean, it just opens up a whole, a lot more different rabbit holes. I still agree that the Constitution as a whole was created to be opaque, right? It was created to be all-encompassing, and you don't do that by being specific. And I wonder if we're trying to get too specific too fast. We don't even know what this is. Well,
that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's nothing wrong with saying from a regular. Vivek is walking up to the stage here, and he's at. I mean, you can come over here.
We'd be happy to host you.
Yeah. But let's see. Yeah. Okay. So we've cut to the other camera. They're setting him up. Lee Bratcher's going to interview Vivek over there. We're going to about to have a crowd. So one of the other things he talked about was the whole choke point thing. Yeah, I'm going to snap a picture too. Just put that on the Instagram. He talked about the whole choke point thing, which obviously is a major talking point at this conference. It's going to sound like Nick Carter is our third guest today. He is a venture capitalist who does a surprising amount of lobbying and activism. I thought his latest thing, I was actually 2 steps behind. I talked to him last night at the Mixer event.
Looks like Lee stepped up. He'll be talking to Vivek here in a second. I can't wait to listen in and see what kind of questions they're asking and give some color commentary on that. For a minute there, I thought he was going to actually come over here and he would and he'd meet with us. He looked over like he thought that we were going to do it.
I mean, it still might happen. Hey, can we not? Okay.
Which one?
I don't know. Can we get Jacob over here to kind of guard the desk a little bit? Getting a large crowd here to watch the Vivek interview live. So I was saying about Nick Carter. So I was a couple steps behind him on his activism. He's been doing this interesting thing where he put out, or he amassed, like a crowdfunded a whole $50,000 bounty system to hold the Wall Street Journal to account on the false allegations of Hamas funding through crypto.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which is something I want to talk to him about today. But I was talking to him last night at the Mixer. He's moved on to the next thing already, which is potentially getting the head of the FDIC fired over Choke Point 2.0, which is the thing that Vivek was talking about here. The idea that the banks can get in there and make it impossible for the blockchain and crypto industry to function.
So if you could just dumb that down, again, for the people that aren't familiar with that, because I mean, it sounds it was definitely a very it was a point that he made pretty clear, but for the people that don't understand how the FDIC and crypto, we hear so much. We hear CBDCs, we hear all sorts of stuff, but what specifically is the choke point issue?
Actually, I want to see. We're doing the interview here. I want to make sure.
Yep.
Hey, Sohail, is the audio? We just keep talking? Okay. We're not getting his audio here. We're going to replay this later today. So during one of our breaks, we're going to get a clean out of what you're seeing on the camera right now.
Right.
So for the cheap seats or those that don't spend all their time on crypto, Choke Point 2.0 is a multi-year campaign that has it started within the banking industry, but it has its hooks in like the DOJ and different law enforcement branches where there's just kind of been a circle the wagons for kind of create a guardrail or a fence around traditional finance away from the encroaching popularity of crypto.
Yeah.
Not necessarily we're outlawing it, but we're making it difficult for you to do it in ways that haven't been traditionally done in the past.
Making it harder.
They want to make it easy for you to do it through your traditional banking and investment outlets, and difficult to do it on your own.
Sounds like Treasury Direct.
Right. Well, you
have to do it through the bank, open an account, set this up,
exactly,
do this,
yeah.
get through this.
Or you just call your guy, right?
Yeah, or you can just call me and I'll do it for you.
Right, exactly. Well, that's what they want it to be.
They want a gatekeeper, yeah.
Yeah, because
who are they making the gatekeeper?
Well, it's the BlackRocks, the JP Morgans, the Fidelities, and it's great that they should have. I'm a ecosystem player, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't think that should be the only way you interact with a blockchain. I think that diminishes the power of it.
As we say, if you look at Treasury Direct is a good point, and this just goes back to the Fibonacci sequence of the world. You've got the Treasury Direct, which is almost impossible to navigate as an individual investor, or you can call your guy at XYZ firm and just send the money to him or her, and then immediately do that trade, right?
Right.
So you have somebody, and here's the good part, right? Like someone like a financial advisor who actually knows the customer very, very well can vouch for the fact that that is a good account.
Right.
Individually, if you do it yourself, you're going to end up having to do that.
So, yeah.
So you have to go directly to the Federal Reserve. You got to open an account at custodian who also does the KYC. And then from that point on, then you can interact. Of course, it's not the user interface is governmental, so it's not great.
Right. Right. Yeah, and so that's it's the ways in which they've been doing it have not all been uniform either. It's not just through new legislation or regulatory actions. It is sometimes things that end up in criminal actions, like what happened with me, right? So a guidance memo was written in the mid-2000s that was then updated with slight verbiage changes in 2019 that then made it illegal for people to interact on Bitcoin's blockchain peer-to-peer. Many people don't know that because it's not evenly enforced, but then they just, once in a while they'll go after somebody. They're making it a little bit more difficult, and then, it creates some fear, uncertainty, and doubt around, can I really use this or not? Like, what's going on? And then I don't trust it. I'm just going to go directly to my JP Morgan or Fidelity or whatever.
Right.
That's kind of the... they've got this plausible deniability, right? We're not outlawing Bitcoin directly. We're not anti-innovation, but you kind of are.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that still happens in traditional finance as well. I mean, I literally just went through the process with a bank that I worked with that traditional client that wasn't a registered investment advisory firm that did private transactions on a regular basis, would look suspicious. And they did. They shut it down for a minute, and then they said, okay, never mind, we've done due diligence, we get it, you're fine again.
Yeah.
So that happens in TradFi too.
It does, absolutely. Robinhood and Webull and all like the retail app things after the GameStop fiasco, they held congressional hearings to kind of and circle the wagons a little bit around what retail was, how they were memifying the market, right?
Yeah.
They didn't like it. They didn't like that it was new and different and possibly disruptive. And it's crypto.
Yeah.
It's I think that's the pattern of evidence. Is it's the old guard doesn't like new things.
Right. Well, that's the whole point of regulatory capture.
Yeah.
Legislative capture. It's like the old kids with all the money and all the want to give away. They don't want to share.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So that's that's kind of the vibe of the show so far. It's been 5 minutes, really, but that's kind of where we're at.
Well, look, as anyone who's ever listened to Lee Bratcher, if anyone's ever listened, if you haven't listened to Lee Bratcher, please listen to him. You're going to hear an amazing interview, I'm sure, with Vivek and Lee. He does spin it in a much different light than we do. He has a completely different angle on
sure. He has to talk to these
direction.
politicians on a daily basis. I call myself a crypto anarchist. We're not the same.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I'm not on the main stage talking to the president, guys. So, yeah.
But, well, I can't think of anyone I'd rather have, as you said, than a neckbeard next to him when we're talking about blockchain.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we smell our own, right? We know what's going on.
That's great.
So, how we doing on time, Jen? Okay, so let's go ahead and go to a quick break. We're going to come back to you from the U.S. Blockchain Coalition, and we're going to talk a little bit more about policy.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us on the Merge TV live stream. Here's a sneak peek of the Merge Investigates. Think of Facebook, your personal social network. Your feed is populated by your friends, and their feed is populated by their friends, your mutual network. Your friends comment, like, and share your content for their friends to see, and their friends' friends to see as well. You can see how this model works in your circles. You add Johnny Boy on Facebook, you see his posts, you comment, "Damn, that's crazy," on his most recent Storytime wall post. Your comment gets likes from Danny Boy and Jimmy Boy. You start seeing their posts on your timeline. This is what you'd come to expect if you're in the 40% of the world's population who uses Facebook. Future of social media, the term Web3 is a bit of a misnomer. Web3 is a concept of decentralized social media that puts the power of privacy and security back into the hands of the user. With Web3 platforms, privacy and uncensored material is favored, as the user controls their destiny. Where does this fit in our social graph model? Well, it's up to the user to decide that. All possible social graphs the user could integrate into is available to them. So NPR just put out a report an hour ago about Twitter taking legal action against Threads.
Are we allowed to have laptops up? Is that not cheating? No, okay.
I'm curious on what your thought is of this being a copycat platform.
Yeah.
And does Elon have the precedent to even threaten legal action?
So I am a lawyer.
The thing I noticed people talk about was property value. Proponents of the ban suggest that short-term rentals lower home value in single-family residential areas, but having vacant homes in a neighborhood will also devalue their homes. Acknowledging they lower property value also has some weird consequences when they're okay with putting short-term rentals in multifamily.
Hey y'all, Dina here. So I know you're aware of the Airbnb ban out here in Dallas. Now, personally for me, I was so excited to check out my first Airbnbs, and all of a sudden my friend called me and said, there's a ban in Dallas. Now, what's more interesting, our team here at Harper Belmont, they decided to go and research what was really going on, and they made a short documentary. It sits on the Merge TV on YouTube. I want you to go in, watch the video, subscribe to it. Tell me what you think, because in my opinion, it was pretty interesting. But hey, my opinion doesn't really matter. His might. All right, I'll see you later.
Welcome to The Merge. We talk about business, finance, and tech. It's the only things that we talk about so that you can live your life and rely on us to think about that stuff for you. We've got Money in the Bank with Frank. Frank Kushner comes to you every single week with market updates, personal finance advice.
What are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Wow, that's a lot of money.
We've got Mark Shutt, who comes to you every week with new tips, tricks, and news around the world of Web3 on Web3 Ready.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role?
Zero role.
You guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
We got my personal favorite, Ask Dr. Bitcoin. Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. That's where I come to you with a bunch of random but important concepts that you're going to need to survive in the world of cryptocurrency. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. And we bring it home every single week here at the Merge Roundtable. about everything that happened in the previous week and have a little fun in the process.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes.
It kind of reminds me of
Rebecca Black, I was going to say, but yeah.
You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am.
Well,
this is insane.
more
I
than
can't
one,
believe
but
my
yeah.
eyes.
Threads. Everyone made a Threads account.
I don't know what is Threads.
Came out like 2
It's
days ago.
it's Instagram for annoying people.
Yes, hopefully we have something worth value to everybody here. So, yeah, thanks for joining us. Well, so let's go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back next week with more of this, and we'll see you again next week on this show. Well, hello there, everyone. Welcome to...
Thank you for joining us on the
Summit 2023, and with us today we have Ari Yu. She is part of the U.S. Blockchain Coalition, and she's agreed to be a guest on our show here. We just followed Vivek, so that's going to be a tough one to follow.
Yeah.
Ari is currently a managing director at Yellow Umbrella Ventures, where she plays a significant role as an investor. She's a prominent figure in technology and the blockchain industry. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Frank and Mark.
Yes, absolutely. So, so why don't you tell us a little bit about your role at the U.S. Blockchain Coalition? You're here to talk a lot about what you're doing there. You got some announcements coming out today, so we're just gonna see level set for us what you do there, and then we'll talk a little bit about maybe some of the stuff you got rolling out.
Yeah, so actually myself and Lee Bratcher, who's the Texas Blockchain Council president, we co-chair this, and we founded this back in 2021. So started with a call in May. I live in Washington State, a very, very blue state. And so I called up Lee and I said, hey, you guys are like making so much traction here. The attention of the governor, it's like a really big thing here in Texas. Is this a partisan thing? Like, this technology should not be partisan. Is this going partisan? That would not be cool. And he's like, no, this should be nonpartisan. We're here on education, blah, blah, blah. I said, well then, wait a minute. What? You're Texas, I'm Washington. Are other states talking to each other? No, the states are not talking to each other.
Oh, wow.
This is in 2021. And so over about a month, we had about 30 states on a call, and then we've been meeting every month. So we're about 46 states across the U.S. strong. We meet monthly, we share resources, we collaborate. You can think of the U.S. Blockchain Coalition, I'm the executive director, as a sort of like a think tank. We do analysis and help with talking points and model legislation and summits and public-private dinners, things of that sort. Getting the states together to collaborate and share as much as possible.
That's great.
And we're actually the only one in the U.S. that does this as an organization, focused on states.
Focused on states.
Right. You know what I find amazing is that, like, I've tried to explain to the audience, to Lee and to others, that from a financial advisor's point of view, I'm a certified financial planner, financial advisor for many years. And I can tell people about, other things that they should and could lighten up on and diversify, and I can't on this. And so obviously these are things that are really near and dear to my heart. I was talking to a high-level executive at a big insurance company who's a client of mine, and he let me know that on the state level, there's 17 states that are working on legislation in order to get a cryptocurrency backed by gold passed. And when you hear that people at enormous financial services companies are actually paying attention to that kind of stuff, it starts to get a little fascinating. We've been in that, I like to think, kind of almost like a crypto winter for so long. Maybe there's a little thaw, but we'll see. But legislatively, nothing is stopped. So how have you worked with the new states that have come in? I mean, it's so quickly, it seems like it's coalesced so fast. How are you seeing that evolution?
Well, I think there's two things to think about when you look at the states. A lot of people are like, oh, how does Washington work with a state like Kentucky or Arkansas? Like, you guys are so different.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. We're all humans first. And why do we care about this in the first place, right? These are not tech entrepreneurs that are leading the charge in their particular states. They're leading the charge in their particular states because they care about their communities. They want opportunities for their communities, jobs, investors. I mean, that's what our economy thrives on. And so that is what binds us all together.
All politics is local, right?
Yes, right. Red states, blue states, purple states, it doesn't matter. We're all here to bring this innovation, have it stay in the United States, and better our different communities.
Yeah.
And then the second point on that is the states are the best laboratories for democracy. So we've seen it, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting change is what? Crazy, right?
Right.
And so if we're going to continue to spend millions and millions of dollars in DC only expecting regulatory clarity and change, states are the best laboratory for democracy. We can move more quickly. We can come up with a policy idea, implement it in 5-6 states, watch it, get the data and the best practices, and then if it really does make sense, maybe we pass it in more states or we bring it to DC. There's a much better process for all of this.
So, Ari, what you're telling me is that the states should govern themselves first, and then on the federal level, they should listen to the majority of their states?
Yeah, shocking, right?
Shocking.
The people can lead, and policy is typically reactionary, right? It's reactive, looking backwards. We still need to push forward and innovate. I mean, I'm an entrepreneur, right? We still need to push forward and innovate. Regulatory clarity or not, all right, well, you can kind of read between the lines. We want to keep consumer space safe, right? We want to, allow innovation to grow. We want to keep out the bad guys. All right, do it. Go build it.
Yeah, from an operational level with a company, do you go live, immediately tell everyone your story before you have a deep enough, wide enough moat? Usually not, right?
No, exactly.
You want the cutting edge, you want the states, you want the people to do something, and then figure out where the pitfalls are, right? You want the deeper, wider moat, and that's the sharpest.
Absolutely. And especially in the Web3 space or in fintech, right? People are like, oh, I'm going to move to Wyoming, or I'm going to move to Singapore, or Gibraltar, right? No, this is global first, yes.
Right.
But if you're going to play your cards right and actually build a company that's going to be here for the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you're going to start in the most hostile environments and make sure you set up your procedures and compliance and all of your regulatory stuff inside your company in the right way, and then that is your natural moat that you'll have as an entrepreneur.
Right.
So I know from my work in the mining industry that you guys have some unique trapped energy situations up there in the Northwest, so that has led to some mining operations coming in there. So is that primarily what the driver of in your state of what blockchain is, or is it also on the software side, enterprise side? What's going on in that part of the country?
So in July of this year, we released a state-by-state report. There's a state battle card for every single state in the United States that documents the economic impact of Web3 for every state. And so in Washington State, we're very strong in enterprise. The enterprise story in terms of use cases leads.
Okay.
And so Washington cares about the enterprise use cases, government use cases, supply chain, manufacturing.
Right.
We also care about verifiable credentials and that's sort of the side of the fence we are in terms of it's not so much like Bitcoin mining and energy, which is a very hot topic here in the southeastern states, obviously Texas, Oklahoma, etc. But in Pacific Northwest, and particularly on the West Coast, that's more around use cases and verifiable credentials and digital identity and
I got one more kind of regional question. And I know you want to talk about the later announcements today too. I want to get that out.
Yeah.
But I follow down here in Texas, you said it was all a Republican thing. Texas is very Republican, so it has to be a Republican thing here, but that's not necessarily the case nationwide.
Right.
In the in U.S. Congress, it seems that on the right side of the aisle, they're more crypto-friendly, more blockchain-friendly. Kind of Elizabeth Warren kind of leading the charge on the opposition. That's got to be frustrating from someone from your part of the country. It's frustrating for me because I'm not necessarily a conservative. I on a lot of things, I fall on the left side of the spectrum, and I think a lot of the left is leaving behind blockchain and crypto as a tool for even like really far left ideas like anti-capitalism, right? It's a tool for that, like it can be. It's a very neutral tooling set that could be used for any political stripe. What do you, like, being in that part of the country, like, what is the thinking that you're running into on the left when it comes down to political ideology?
So it really depends on who you're talking to. Like when it comes to the people and the builders and the community, like, we totally get it. Like the ethos is still part of our heart, whether you're, diehard blue or something else, right? And typically it's more diehard blue, especially in Seattle. But policymakers, I think, they may be open to it. There is a lot of like tech forward thinking policymakers in Washington, obviously, because, the Microsofts and the Amazons, but they're not really willing to kind of like be on the front lines of having that conversation with the rest of the party, which is unfortunate. And the way we're going about it is really just talking about digital identity and healthcare and, using distributed ledger technologies to take care of healthcare registration data and, titling and keeping it very benign like that. We really believe like digital identity, once that's really figured out, that'll unlock a lot of the use cases that people talk about constantly in the space. It really is, the crux is like really figuring out the digital identity and the password and logins or like scenarios like that hasn't been figured out. So we're taking very enterprise nerd speak over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's great that, if you think about it in that lens, the technology's kind of been overlooked and all the regulation is on the money part. And it makes sense because obviously you hit someone in the wallet, they don't like it, and then maybe they vote wrong, right, or whatever. But from a foundational point of view, the technology is really what I'm excited about as well. If you look at, I'm so surprised, I was listening to, I think it was Franklin Templeton that has an on-chain a mutual fund now, and they basically store their data from their trades, and it's like substantially cheaper. So I'm not sure how much you're familiar with that, but those types of things, it's like, wait, a single ledger is good for keeping track of trades, right? And it's probably cheaper, right? And probably harder to break, right? So yes, here, DK, no more, right? And so I like the idea that like in Seattle, you've been able to stay away from a lot of as Bill Gurley says, the problems that they have 2,500 and change miles away. But from the banking side, also, traditional finance, you see a lot of these banks now starting to offer crypto services. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think it's good that they're starting to think about it, but until more banks have comfort around what is the regulatory feel around this, it's going to be a little while before we really get there. It's going to be a while before we get there. I'd like to see it sooner, but unfortunately, like that is the state of affairs. And Vivek was just talking about, like there is the whole operation choke point, right? Like people that are operating companies in this, it's hard to get banking services, email platform services, like it's just the basic things that an entrepreneur needs.
Sure.
And so it's like you're operating a cannabis company, but it's not.
Yeah.
But we have the same sort of issues as the cannabis companies do. Back to your other point around tracking the ledger and the how we need like provenance tracking, understanding like where this is happening and where it came from, especially in this day of like deep fakes and artificial intelligence. Like that's the hot topic right now. There are so many of these emerging technologies that are data-based that really do need like an underpinning, like proper plumbing, and this technology can provide that. I need to be able to talk to you on Zoom and know that it's really you, and not like some
some
voice
fake,
and video on top of it, right? And I need to know what you really look like. You're not a 20-year-old young chicken anymore, right?
How dare you?
That's something I was going to talk to you about with regard to NFT technology and the evolution past digital art, right? That's really kind of what it was originally conceptualized for was provenance, and that's I think that's, I don't know if you agree, that's probably where it's going to be, kind of see its next act
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that need to happen before we get there. Maybe it'll happen in the next 5, 10, 20 years, but it's really, can people put down their walls and cooperate with competition, right?
Right, yeah.
Like, where do our circles intersect? Come up with some standards and guidance and policies and principles of how we interoperate, between states and between organizations, between countries. That's when we'll unlock the NFT use cases around digital identity and more of the enterprise use cases, voting, right? Like all these things really need us to come together and just agree on some principles and standards, and we're not there yet.
So we're getting close to the end of the segment here, so I want to let you have an opportunity to talk about the stuff that you can. I know that some of the stuff can't be talked about till this afternoon because you got a big announcement.
Yeah.
But what can you talk about with regard to U.S. blockchain and what's going on?
Yeah, so the U.S. Blockchain Coalition, since our inception in June of 2021 officially, we've grown quite a bit. We're about 46 states strong. By the end of the year, we'll be all 50 states, so that'll be really huge. We've been incubated in this organization called the WTI. It's actually the largest tech industry association in North America, but we're about to get onto our next stage of the journey and maturity, and so that'll be announced at about 3 p.m. today. Wow. It'll unlock so many different opportunities. We'll be able to amplify what's going on at the states. We'll be able to help them with funding. We'll have resources. We'll be able to be just this network, not just for blockchain and Web3 technologies, but for all emerging technologies on the policymaker front, coordinating communities, messaging, reacting to good and or bad legislation in DC. It really just gives power to the people and makes it super grassroots, and so we're really excited about this next evolution of this organization.
That's great.
Yeah, I think we have time for one more question. If you don't have one, I've got one.
Go ahead.
So, if we could align the power of everybody in the industry behind one piece of legislation being considered right now, what's the most important thing to think about?
I think right now, the hot topic is still around stable coins.
Okay.
And so that ultimately is the biggest use case that we have both nationally and internationally. And maybe it's that gateway drug, right? That kind of opens people's eyes around what's really happening with this industry, right? You want to keep a lot of the stablecoin business here in the United States. You don't want these stablecoins to be going and incorporating and minting out in, Timbuktu. We want that here because we do care about the U.S. dollar being supreme, right? At the end of the day. And so there are lots of different things that are playing into the story here that most people don't realize, other than, it's not just black hoodie wearing super coders, doing nefarious activities. I mean, that's a small 1% of all crypto. It's much bigger than that.
Right. Mary, well, thank you so much for being on the show. Really appreciate it, and we cannot wait to hear what happens at 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
And that's 3 o'clock Central.
Yes, officially 3:10. I'm telling everyone 3 o'clock because,
because you know how the real world works.
Yeah.
Right.
That's great. That's great. Thanks so much for being a guest on the show.
You're very welcome.
Thanks.
All right. Perfect.
Thank you for joining us on the Merge TV live stream. Here's a sneak peek of the Merge Investigates. Think of Facebook, your personal social network. Your feed is populated by your friends, and their feed is populated by their friends, your mutual network. Your friends comment, like, and share your content for their friends to see, and their friends' friends to see as well. You can see how this model works in your circles. You add Johnny Boy on Facebook, you see his posts, you comment, "Damn, that's crazy," on his most recent Storytime wall post. Your comment gets likes from Danny Boy and Jimmy Boy. You start seeing their posts on your timeline. This is what you'd come to expect if you're in the 40% of the world's population who uses Facebook. Into the future of social media, the term Web3 is a bit of a misnomer. Web3 is a concept of decentralized social media that puts the power of privacy and security back into the hands of the user. With Web3 platforms, privacy and uncensored material is favored, as the user controls their destiny. Where does this fit in our social graph model? Well, it's up to the user to decide that. All possible social graphs the user could integrate into is available to them. So NPR just put out a report an hour ago about Twitter taking legal action against Threads.
Are we allowed to have laptops up? Is that not cheating? No, okay.
I'm just curious. on what your thought is of this being a copycat platform.
Yeah.
And does Elon have the precedent to even threaten legal action?
So I am a lawyer.
Thing I noticed people talk about was property value. Proponents of the ban suggest that short-term rentals lower home value in single-family residential areas, but having vacant homes in a neighborhood will also devalue their homes. Acknowledging they lower property value also has some weird consequences when they're okay with putting short-term rentals in multifamily.
Hey y'all, Dina here. So I know you're aware of the Airbnb ban out here in Dallas. Now, personally for me, I was so excited to check out my first Airbnbs, and all of a sudden my friend texted me and said, there's a ban in Dallas. Now, what's more interesting is our team here at Harper Belmont, they decided to go and research what's really going on, and they made a short documentary. It sits on Urge TV on YouTube. I want you to go in, watch the video, subscribe to it, and tell me what you think, because in my opinion, it was pretty interesting. But hey, my opinion, his might. All right, I'll see you later.
Welcome to The Merge. We talk about business, finance, and tech. It's the only things that we talk about so that you can live your life and rely on us to think about that stuff for you. We've got Money in the Bank with Frank. Frank Kushner comes to you every single week with market updates, personal finance advice.
What are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Wow, that's a lot of money.
We've got Mark Shutt, who comes to you every single week with new tips, tricks, and news around the world of Web3 on Web3 Ready.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role?
Zero role.
You guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
We got my personal favorite, Ask Dr. Bitcoin. Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. That's where I come to you with a bunch of random but important concepts that you're going to need of cryptocurrency. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. And we bring it home every single week here at the Roundtable, where we'll talk about everything that happened in the previous week and have a little fun in the process.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes.
It kind of reminds me of Weird Al.
Rebecca Black, I was going to say, but yeah.
You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am.
Well,
this is insane.
more
I can't
than one,
believe
but
my
yeah.
eyes.
Threads. Everyone made a Threads account.
I don't know what is Threads.
Came out like 2
It's
days ago.
it's Instagram.
Yes, hopefully we have something worth value to everybody here. So, yeah, thanks for well, so let's go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back next week with more of this, and we'll see you again next week on this show. Well, hello there, everyone. Welcome to Are we live? Okay.
Hey, welcome back to the Merge at the North American Blockchain Summit. Today we have with us Carla Reyes. She's an associate professor of law at SMU's Dedman School. Welcome. Thanks for being on the Merge.
Thanks so much for having me. It's really nice to be here.
That's great. Thanks.
So you are here. So did you catch Vivek's talk earlier?
I did. Yeah.
Any thoughts? Any interesting?
I appreciated his remarks much. I appreciate the focus on privacy and the discussion about sort of overreach of the anti-money laundering rules. I have particular concerns around NPRM related to Section 311 and crypto mixers, for example.
Right.
And I've been following the Van Loon v. OFAC case quite closely. So I appreciated those remarks.
Right.
Yeah.
So you teach. So what do you teach? You teach blockchain specifically at SMU, or is that just like one of the things that you teach within the realm of technology?
Yeah, I teach called Blockchain Law and Policy.
Okay.
I also teach.
Which school are you at there?
I'm at the law school.
Okay.
So I'm a law
Okay.
professor, the Dedman School of Law, and I teach blockchain law and policy. I teach secured transactions.
Okay.
I teach business enterprises, and I teach a class on artificial intelligence in the law.
Great.
Yeah.
So I used to guest lecture with Alan Gwynn over Cox School of Business.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun over there. You got an interesting student. So like, what's interesting student body there? What's the engagement level on blockchain now? It used to be like I'd get a few people straggle in.
Yeah.
I was tagging in on a IT and business class, and they would just have one session on blockchain. So It's interesting to see that they've kind of expanded over the years. I know
Simon Mack.
Simon Mack, I was struggling on the name. Yeah, Simon Mack has done a lot with over there too.
Yeah, Simon Mack at the Cox School. I think Joseph Camp at engineering has a engineering focused class for blockchain. And then Eva Chasky, who's at the Lau School of Engineering, the Hunt Institute for Humanity. We actually have a joint research project thinking about decentralized autonomous organizations and how sort of rural agricultural, like smaller farmers might have the power of decentralized autonomous organizations to scale up their and grow their networks, which is a really interesting application of that, and requires some thoughts on the engineering side about like how does that happen exactly.
Right.
So it's been a really interesting collaboration.
Great. So we're for those that haven't looked at the program for the event, we are going to both be on the panel tomorrow talking about this with Mark Shutt, also from the network, and the guys from ATX DAO.
Yeah.
So what kind of thoughts are you bringing to the table? You come from a legal background. What is your opinions on, I've seen all over the spectrum in terms of a DAO's interaction with like kind of traditional business structures. Some say you should wrap the DAO in a business structure, and some say it should be the other way around. The DAO should employ a business structure. What do you think is a kind of a best practice for an American-based company?
So I've been writing about the intersection of DAOs and business law since 2018. So the first paper was If Rockefeller Were a Coder, where I pointed out that maybe I was the first to point out, I'm not sure, but I pointed out that if DAOs do nothing, it's quite likely that a court, whether appropriately or not, court might find that the DAO is a general partnership.
Right.
And I argue like that is not a good fit for DAOs for a variety of reasons, even if that's what the law might arguably say. That for policy reasons and otherwise it's not super awesome, right, for the members of DAOs. And so I argued back then, and I continue to argue in a variety of other papers along the way, and even still I've got new research on the same type of topic, that if members of DAOs were smart, they would lean into contract-based business organizations that allow them to structure the organization like as a mere object of the code that they use to mediate their interactions with each other. Because ultimately, like in business law theory, that's what a corporation is. It's what the LLC is. It is an intermediating tool, like it's a technology really, that allows people to interact with each other for a common purpose, right? So if you're using the technology to do that instead, arguably, and that's where most DAO participants come from, like now we don't need the business structure because the technology is doing that for us.
Right.
But the law and the courts, and now as we've seen the CFTC and the court in the Van Loon v. OFAC case, right? They don't see it that way.
Right.
And so to sort of protect yourself and keep your your priorities the same for the legal side as they are for the code side. I've long argued and continue to argue that you can do that through contract and be very business forms other than the corporation are quite flexible. And you can do it through contract, and you should do it through contract in order to protect yourself from, being the tornado cash DAO, whatever that is, right? Or the way that the CFTC said the Uki DAO was put together, right? If you just hold a token, like what? No. So anyway, that's what I think. And I do think that there are creative sort of legal engineering that can be done if you have the right lawyer. And if that lawyer knows how to work well with the developers to make the code and the contract match. They might not be the same thing. They can be. They could even interact, right? The paper contract, legal contract could even interact with the terms, the code provisions for the DAO. But anyway, it takes creativity to do that, and the right kind of lawyer.
So how do you then reconcile kind of the cypherpunk anti-KYC sentiment of most crypto DAOs with the idea that you'd have to register a business?
So that's why I like the contract-based versions. So if Rockefeller were a coder, I recognize that DAOs don't want to register with the state and that really it's not that necessary for them to do what they want to do. And so the idea of the If Rockefeller Were a Coder paper is that about half the states still recognize the business trust form at common law via contract. And so literally all you have to do is have a contract that says we're a business trust. And ta-da, and then the liability is different, personal liability is different, and it's just a different form. That's the idea of the unincorporated nonprofit association, I think, as well, that's been pushed, I think, by the folks at Andreessen Horowitz.
Right.
It's also the idea behind some new research that a colleague at SMU Law, Christine Hurt, and I are working on. We're calling it Creating a Digital Non-Entity. It leans in heavily to some new judicial decisions out of Delaware that suggest that you could have joint ventures based entirely in contract without having to import general partnership law, because it's that general partnership law that really doesn't fit very well in the DAO context. We have this theory that we're still it's only half-baked at this point, but that we're still sort of working out. That the problem with DAOs and general partnership law broadly is that it doesn't really uphold the policy reasons for having general partnership law. The idea behind the general partnership statute is that it provides default terms that would give parties or participants in a general partnership, the partners, the terms that they would have put in their contract if they'd only thought about it. But part of that, other than the liability part, I should say, but part of that, and because of the sort of joint and several liability that comes with the general partnership, is based on the theory that you have the right to choose your partners, right? So that you know who your partners are, because if they screw up, you're on the hook, right? And that's not a thing that happens in DAOs.
Right, it's absolutely the opposite, right?
And it just really doesn't fit very well. So anyway, we're continually working on that, and the idea is if you do it in contract, you don't have to file, and you skip that part, and you still get the benefit of law and like the business law structures to protect you from things like the CFTC.
Can I backstep for a second? So as a financial advisor, many times I get approached to ask by my clients on corporate structures that are right for them, better with them, set up for them. And there are a stable of law firms that we use on a regular basis for estate planning versus for different types of law. Is there a specific criteria that you would recommend if somebody was looking at doing something like this? Is there specific firms either here in town, or what would someone use? I like to say almost as a dating. Like, what are the things you would ask? What are some quick hits as to find out whether or not somebody actually knows what they're talking about?
If you're trying to find a lawyer?
If you're trying to find a lawyer that understands digital assets and or digital currency and or AI.
I mean, I would ask technical question, and I would see how they use the words. Right, I think vocabulary is a big tell in this space. The lawyers who will be creative with you and who will think creatively about your business needs, your structuring priorities, and really like the long haul of what you want your project to do, including in the code. They have to understand the code. Like, maybe they can't code it themselves, but they have to understand at a very technical level what is going on.
Right.
And so if they're calling something, for example, crypto asset, without distinguishing between like a native cryptocurrency and a token, right? If they don't know a layered technology, now you already have very deep problems, So I think I'd just be like subtly paying attention to the terminology that they use when they talk about the technology. If they can talk to your developers and know what's going on, that is a very good sign.
Sure.
That's what I tell my students. I tell my students that they should learn the tech. It's the only way to keep their clients in the law is to be able to talk with the GC's office or the lawyers, but to talk directly to the software developers.
Right.
And the business needs from their side, and explain how the law fits or doesn't, right, what they're doing.
And how about as an investor? The GPLP model is successful in the private equity world, venture capital world for a reason. It's, you've got one person controlling the decisions where all the other passive investors are kind of happy to step back and do that. So for a passive investor that's used to the GPLP setup, what would you recommend for due diligence on whether or not they're investing in the right, or putting their money with, or putting their time in the right decentralized, the right DAO?
I think I would, like for DAO questions, I'd want to know what their strategy is for the structuring question. And if the answer is simply like, we're illegal, I might want to push a little harder on that, unless they're planning to be an illegal entity in Utah, which kind of recognizes that now because they adopted the koala model law, right?
Yeah, all the little nuances that you're speaking of are the kinds of things that it's like an average person would be like, well, oh, what? Other than you bringing up that, that could work. Those are the hard parts. It's like you need somebody with that kind of mental flexibility. Yeah, what questions to ask?
Yeah, excellent.
So I would love to chat with you further about that at some point in the future. We're local. You're in Richardson, you're SMU, right? Yeah.
Yes, and exactly.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
Great. Yeah.
Great. So I think it's maybe a question I ask everybody, at least that has some policy stuff. So what, given your deep experience and kind of the intersection of blockchain and law, what is the key piece of legislation if we could all align ourselves behind? Like, what's the thing that we should be telling our regulator, our congressman, that we need to fix, we need to support?
So my answer is actually at the state level, not the federal level.
Okay.
But I was an advisor to the project that developed the 2022 amendments to the UCC.
Okay.
And although there's been some misunderstandings about a particular portion of those amendments, what those amendments do is clear the path, level the playing field in terms of private law and property rights for cryptocurrencies. So that we assume that it's true, but it's like not actually true until the states adopt these amendments. That when you receive Bitcoin, for example, you're getting it free and clear, and like it's yours, just the way like a $5 bill would be yours.
Right. Not encumbered with whatever it came from.
That's exactly right. And without the amendments, that's not actually true, unless you do some other on the side. That would be really difficult to find out. And unless you want to do a search every time you accept Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency for payment, we really need all the states to adopt the 2022 amendments. So that's the one that I would encourage people
that's
to get
actually
behind.
important. Gary and I were talking about that at the mixer last night quite a bit. Were you talking about that with me too? Like this whole encumbrance idea? No, I think it was just Gary. Yeah, you'd already jetted by then. Yeah, that's because he runs the BitBlock Boom conference. Many people pay with Bitcoin. Yeah. He can't do a taint analysis on every payment that he gets to understand exactly where it came from.
I mean, he could. It would just take forever.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not normal business.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Well, that's it's all the time that we have, but we'll talk
so
later this week.
Me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming and being on the Merge.
Thank you.
It. Have a great day.
Thanks. You too.
We'll be right back.
Thank you for joining us on the Merge TV live stream. Here's a sneak peek of the Merge Investigates. Think of Facebook, your personal social network. Your feed is populated by your friends, and their feed is populated by their friends, your mutual network. Your friends comment, like, and share your content for their friends and their friends' friends to see as well. You can see how this model works in your circles. You add Johnny Boy on Facebook, you see his posts, you comment, "Damn, that's crazy," on his most recent Storytime wall post. Your comment gets likes from Danny Boy and Jimmy Boy. You start seeing their posts on your timeline. This is what you'd come to expect if you're in the 40% of the world's population who uses Facebook.
Into the future of social media, the term Web3 is a bit of a misnomer. Web3 is a concept of decentralized social media that puts the power of privacy and security back into the hands of the user. With Web3 platforms, privacy and uncensored material is favored. as the user controls their destiny. Where does this fit in our social graph model? Well, it's up to the user to decide that. All possible social graphs the user could integrate into is available to them.
So NPR just put out a report an hour ago about Twitter taking legal action against Threads.
Are we allowed to have laptops up? Is that not cheating? No, okay.
I'm just curious on what your thought is of this being a copycat platform.
Yeah.
And does Elon have the precedent to even threaten legal action?
So I am a lawyer.
An interesting thing I noticed people talk about was property value. Proponents of the ban suggest that short-term rentals lower home value in single-family residential areas, but having vacant homes in a neighborhood will also devalue their homes. Acknowledging they lower property value also has some weird consequences when they're okay with putting short-term rentals in multifamilies.
Hey y'all, Dina here. So I know you're aware of the Airbnb ban out here in Dallas. Now, personally for me, I was so excited to check out my first Airbnbs, and all of a sudden my friend texted me and said, there's a ban in Dallas. Now, what's more interesting is our team here at Harper Belmont, they decided to go and research what was really going on, and they made a short documentary. It sits on the Merge TV on YouTube. I want you to go in, watch the video, subscribe to it, and tell me what you think, because in my opinion, it was pretty interesting. But hey, my opinion doesn't really matter. His might. All right, I'll see you later.
Welcome to The Merge. We talk about business, finance, and tech. It's the only things that we talk about so that you can live your life and rely on us to think about that stuff for you. We've got Money in the Bank with Frank. Frank Kushner comes to you every single week with market updates, personal finance advice.
What are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Wow, that's a lot of money.
We've got Mark Shutt, who comes to you every single week with new tips, tricks, and news around the world of Web3 on Web3 Ready.
First Brexit, now the Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role?
Zero role.
You guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
My personal favorite, Ask Dr. Bitcoin. Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. That's where I come to you with a bunch of random but important concepts that you're going to need to survive in the world of cryptocurrency. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. And we bring it home every single week here at the Merge Roundtable, where we'll talk about everything that happened in the previous week and have a little fun in the process.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes.
It kind of reminds me of Weird Al.
Rebecca Black, I was going to say, but yeah.
You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am.
Well,
this is insane.
more
I
than
can't
one,
believe
but
my
yeah.
eyes.
Threads, everyone made a Threads account.
I don't know what is Threads.
Came out like 2
It's
days ago.
it's Instagram for annoying people.
Yes, hopefully we have something worth value to everybody here. So, yeah, thanks for joining us. Well, so let's go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back next week with more of this, and we'll see you again next week on this show.
Welcome back to the Merge meeting here at the North American Blockchain Convention. We have Nick Carter with us, who, much like me, started his job at Fidelity Investment, and much like me, probably would still be there if they paid better.
I can't comment on that.
No comment. Nick, welcome to the show. Welcome to the convention. Thanks so much for being on the Merge. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So, like us, you watched Vivek, and I was kind of scurrying around here trying to get the show started and whatnot, and then I heard him say choke point, and I was like, oh, wait a second, he's talking my language, and I know he's talking yours. What were your thoughts?
He's our guy.
Yeah.
Vivek is our guy. Both Vivek and RFK Jr., who'll be speaking here later today, have commented on Chokepoint 2.0.
Right.
Both of them. That's a key win that we in the crypto industry have been able to make this part of the political discourse.
Right. Absolutely.
His speech I was tremendously impressed by. Did you notice that in 20 minutes of speaking, he didn't use a single filler word? No ums or nothing. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's unique.
He's an electric speaker, and his crypto platform is just completely in line with everything I believe. He said abolish the Bank Secrecy Act. It's unconstitutional in my opinion. He said he would reduce the size of the federal bureaucracy by 75%.
That's interesting.
That was cool.
Yeah.
He said that he would strip the SEC's ability to enforce crypto regs, which is a little strange because the SEC doesn't have any specific crypto regs.
Right.
They just use their existing body of laws to enforce. So I thought that was a little bit of an odd comment. But he talked about the third-party doctrine, which is a really problematic, feature of the banking system. Pretty much everything he said was in line with sort of what I would want in terms of my wish list for sort of federal crypto policy. So I was very impressed.
I mean, I'm just glad he's putting that out there in the conversation. That's something that we haven't really, I would say very few politicians, most of which are probably going to be here at this event, who have gotten it right. Like Ted Cruz is very on point with what the topics he talks about. I don't hear a lot of politicians that are talking about it intelligently, as well as with the right policy positions.
Yeah, I mean, he has clearly been paying attention to the issues that matter on crypto Twitter. He clearly is getting advice from some pretty sensible people.
Right.
Pretty sensible crypto people.
Possibly your tweet stream.
I saw shades of some of my tweets and it stumps me. I don't know. I'm not accusing him of anything.
Sure.
But in terms of the political commentary I've seen from mainline candidates on crypto, that was the most sophisticated and the most complete presentation I've seen today.
Right. Absolutely. So I have been a follower of your Twitter account for a long time. You're always on some campaign. You were one of the first people to talk about an energy outside of a few less followed nerds that are inside the industry on a wide platform, gain traction with what you're saying, and seem to move the needle in the discussion. That's what caused me to follow your goings on. And since then, you have a stream of causes where you've kind of, I think, moved the needle in important ways. The Hamas funding allegations that came out of the Wall Street Journal ended up in congressional hearings. You had a bounty program. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
That was interesting, I thought.
I think you should always have a cause.
Absolutely.
It gives you meaning.
Yeah.
What is life but a search for meaning? So my current cause is I think that the chairman of the FDIC should resign. Okay. Marty Gruenberg, architect of Choke Point 1.0 and 2.0, unconstitutional programs to get banks to deprive whole legal industries of banking access, initially with the firearms industry, second time around with the crypto industry. He was the architect of that. It appears that the FDIC has a rampant culture of sexual harassment, and so the Wall Street Journal actually reported well on that. He should resign for that. But return to the WSJ, they had some pretty questionable reporting, I thought, on Bitcoin, or it was actually Tether and Tron, it wasn't actually Bitcoin, being used to fund Hamas. And, it was interesting. We were able to complain loudly enough that they actually issued a correction there. The problem was that Elizabeth Warren cited that reporting in her letter, which was signed by hundreds of Congress, and that damage is done. The narrative on Capitol Hill is established.
Yep.
That crypto is financing, even though it's very evident that they have conventional means of financing themselves. Right. Iran is a state sponsor of Hamas. They're probably not using crypto as the main way to, they actually just have conventional banks, Hamas had an Barclays. Okay. So obviously crypto is a tool in the toolkit, but I think it was overstated in that WSJ article, and I think they dramatically overstated the numbers. I think the consensus among the elite chain analysis firms now is that number, a headline number of 130 mil, was not accurate. So we had a sort of partial win there by getting to correct the article, but a lot of the damage has been done in Washington.
Well, I mean, even Cynthia Loomis had seemed to kind of been confused by some of that narrative, because she issued a statement, and she typically is very well informed on these things. Said something about Binance and Tether needed to be investigated criminally or something like that after the whole Warren situation.
Yeah.
Is that kind of being dialed back now that the corrections have been issued, or is that kind of...
I think even with the kind of most conservative members of Congress, there's a national security agenda which often clouds crypto policy or informs their views on crypto. So I understand, her position on this, which is probably the narrative around crypto funding terrorism or just illicit use of cryptos is overstated. But at the same time, there are these pretty unaccountable actors, Binance and Tether, which are the main tools used by illicit actors. Right. The thing is, though, and I had heard the opportunity to connect with her team on this, and I gave them this feedback, both Binance and Tether are very active in interdicting illicit flows.
Right.
I mean, if you look at Tether, they freeze addresses all the time.
Right.
So from an actual law enforcement perspective, that is a kind of a desirable feature of the system, right?
Right.
You know, if you talk to these, law enforcement agencies, even individual police departments, the fact that you can go to a Binance or a Tether, and they do this, and say, hey, we've identified these wallets, these addresses, could you freeze them? That's a good thing, right? You can't do that with cash. Mm-hmm. With the correspondent banking system, it becomes very difficult, especially on a transnational basis, to actually. So the fact that these firms are nexuses of activity and readily do freeze addresses, that's actually like quite a good feature.
Yeah.
So I have a bit of a different take on it from the senator.
Can I switch around to a more traditional question when it comes to your investments at Castle? What do you look for in traditional investments in the blockchain, the digital economy, and kind of tell me a little bit about what you see in the future, like things that some trends you see happening.
We do all kinds of stuff. I think we've made 70 or 80 investments over the last 5 years, mostly equities as opposed to tokens. And right now, a lot of the focus is on stablecoins, actually. I mean, that's clearly the discussion being had in Washington, too. But what I'm seeing is the emerging moneyness of stablecoins in developing markets. That's a real thing that's happening. And that's what's lost in the conversation about terror finance. These organizations, as illicit and obviously morally, questionable as they are, they have begun to treat stablecoins as money. And it's not just them, like it's the entire sort of like economy in the global south.
Yeah.
So we see this among ordinary, regular civilians and firms all over the place.
Sure.
Name your country: Turkey, Argentina, Lebanon, Venezuela.
Hyperinflation is not our friend, right?
Yeah, like Nigeria. We're active in Africa. We see this in the data on the ground. So that's where I'm leaning in right now. Is fintech firms that are built on stablecoins as opposed to correspondent banking, remittance firms that are powered by stablecoins. It's a big change in the structure of the financial system. At the same time, we're still doubling down on Bitcoin. So
sure.
I know that's a kind of a big question people have about us. We're funding Bitcoin L2s. We're funding Bitcoin ZK rollups. We're funding tools to integrate Bitcoin with other blockchains, right? So I think that's essential. Bitcoin is not being left behind at all. But at the same time, I will acknowledge that the explosive growth I see in crypto right now is real world, real economic usage of stablecoins. Mm-hmm. And that's a pretty exciting thing to me.
I mean, I think even just to put a button on that law enforcement discussion, if you are law enforcement, if you are a sophisticated international law enforcement agency that's concerned about terrorism, you would probably want a lot more stablecoin usage because you don't have to deal with jurisdictional wiretaps and data requests overseas. It's all on chain.
Completely. And I'll be interviewing an executive at Chainalysis tomorrow who's a former FBI agent himself. I've had some revealing conversations with him, and he said exactly the same thing. I wrote this in a Medium post recently. If I were a member of the FBI or CIA, and not to be accused of a Fed, but if that were me, I would want all illicit fund flows to happen on blockchain.
Right.
They are permanently legible, right? There's a permanent indelible mark of what you did. You don't have that with cash, obviously. You don't actually have that with banks either, because people just move through these correspondent banks. It becomes very hard to trace what happened.
Right.
So kind of more of a black box. And of course, you can actually interdict these flows. So the sort of crypto paradigm is a much better one for law enforcement. Obviously, we have to balance that with the need for individual privacy and transactions. But yeah, I mean, I think that's being completely lost in the discourse.
And I suspect that actually kind of speaks to your stance on the digital cash standard, right? So how would you kind of integrate the digital cash standard that you're moving towards?
I think that over the last 40 years, as we've sort of electronified finance, we've lost the ability to make cash-like transactions. We've just lost it.
Right.
Of course, you can still transact with cash, but if cash was invented today, wouldn't Elizabeth Warren say it should be illegal? Right?
It's too many ways to print.
It's untraceable.
Yeah.
There's no record of cash transactions, right? So as finance has moved and become electronic, we've surrendered the right to have transactional privacy and autonomy. We've just lost that. So I do want us to return to that paradigm. I see crypto not necessarily as this like techno-optimist movement, but actually as a restorative movement to restore what we had in the past and what we've lost.
Right. So I want to go back to what you were talking about with your investments. So you talked about a lot of L2s in the Bitcoin ecosystem. What are the most promising things you're seeing there? Obviously, Lightning's the gorilla, the elephant in the room. What's the other stuff you're looking at?
Yeah, so I sit on the board of a Lightning company. We're bullish Lightning. I think for a certain kind of payment, Lightning is superior, especially small granularity, high frequency payments with final settlement online, especially for content monetization, stuff like that. At the same time, I don't think we should rest on our laurels as a community, and I don't think we should just have a single payments layer on top of Bitcoin. If you look at the dollar, there's not one dollar L2.
You got Venmo, you got Cash App, you got wire transfers.
Yeah, like you have wires, and you have all these different trade-offs in the design space.
Right.
And the key variables are like settlement speed, settlement finality, convenience, right? And so because it's such a multi-dimensional optimization problem, you have different networks that satisfy different they operate at different nexuses on that sort of multivariate continuum. And so we have fintechs, we have ACH, we have wires. There's like a huge number of different ways to send dollars around, obviously. Why shouldn't that be the case for Bitcoin?
Right.
I was blown away when I heard, I think I was listening to one of the podcasts, and they talked about Spotify and how many different payment rails there are, like on a daily basis. Shopify.
Yeah.
I was like blown away. I was like, wait,
I'm
what?
sure Spotify's a lot of.
I'm sure, but I was like, as a financial professional, we've got like Swift, ACH, Wire, right?
It's changing all the time too. Like Visa has rolled out actually a new real-time settlement system. Now you have FedNow. I know a lot of we say end the Fed now. We have FedNow also in the U.S., which I think is a little bit unfairly maligned actually by Bitcoin. I don't think it's a CBDC, but so the payments, the sort of like fiat payments infrastructure is always changing and innovating too. And I think we should do the same for Bitcoin. I think there should be ZK rollups, maybe even optimistic rollups on Bitcoin. We should take the things that we've seen get product market fit and traction on other blockchains and see if we can adapt them to Bitcoin. So I don't think Lightning is the panacea. I don't think it's the sole objective. And if you rewind in history, Bitcoiners on Bitcoin talk forums back in 2013 were having these discussions. I think, unfortunately, the intellectual atmosphere in Bitcoin became a little stifled, but I'm optimistic that we can kind of emerge from that and fund and support and build other ways to move Bitcoin. Maybe that means tokenizing it and settling on other blockchains. I don't think that, is too questionable a notion. I support that, right? I just want as many ways to utilize Bitcoin as possible.
Spectrum is the decentralization spectrum, right? So it's like exactly you say, it's the levers and dials.
Yeah, convenience trade-offs, right? Like if you want to, send a payment for dinner to your friends, you might use Venmo. That has different settlement qualities from a wire transfer, right? So like that's the analogy with Bitcoin. If I want to send you a large amount of money with Bitcoin and have it settle finally, relatively quickly, we do an on-chain payment. But if we are willing to accept different settlement trade-offs, we'll use a different system.
Right.
So I just want to explore that full design space. I'm pretty optimistic about where the community is right now in supporting that.
That's fantastic.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. I appreciate you coming and joining us here on the Merge today.
Yeah, this is great.
Is there anything in particular that you actually want to shout out and tell people about what you're working on, or something in particular?
So much.
Winning lottery ticket numbers.
We need to get the chair of the FDIC to resign. Marty Gruenberg, you have to resign. Okay.
So let's dig into that. We got a little bit extra time we can go into if you want. Yeah. So if you want to go into like the meat and potatoes, can we kind of brush past it a little fast? What's going on with the FDIC aside from the sexual misconduct allegations and the choke point stuff? Yeah.
Look, Marty Gruenberg's been at the FDIC for almost 20 years now, I think.
Okay.
So whatever happened there, he's presided over that.
Right.
So if there was a rampant culture of sexual misconduct at that agency from 2010 to now, dozens of people, that's on his head. He ran the organization twice. But, really, in crypto, if you work in crypto, you run a business in this industry, you have been victimized by the FDIC. You just may not know it.
So you're saying like he's kind of, or him and the FDIC are the source of a lot of the choke point things. Not, I always thought it was kind of an emergent property of like maybe the banking industry, but you're saying it's kind of coming out of that organization.
It was more planned than people think. It wasn't the banks that spontaneously decided to de-risk the adult industry or the firearms manufacturing industry.
Well, that's well documented,
or
for
the
sure.
payday lending. It was an explicit program that was hatched. The first one was called, this was the government name for it, Operation Choke Point. That was their name.
Yeah.
And they were so brazen, they're like, yeah, we can put a name on this thing and we can weaponize the banks to unbank industries we don't like. Now that's unconstitutional because that's like going to the water company.
Is it on? Yeah. Should have just been doing that. Well, no.
I mean, if you're able to run it through OBS, it's fine, but...
Yeah. I don't know why this stopped running.
It's simple. It's Brunell A7S3, and it's what's it? No, we're towards on it right now, but I'm shooting wider because it's potentially. I'm like black magic all around. Yeah, we use black magic for everything except for our complicated camera. Nice. Single lenses. So those two lights right there are for this camera. Yes. And that triangle is on the side. Yeah. And these are those sorts of stuff. And they kind of hit the back. Yeah, just have to. While I look, then we got to go those shadow on the ceiling. What are you shining up on the ceiling? It's super faint, even though those are 600s. I don't know. It's like faint. Yeah. That light to the hit, some of Is this your thing? So I started as a graduate job, and then so I'm about to leave. I'm going to San Diego. Video specs are pretty solid. I know it's 4K, 120. I don't know what the is on it. Like it's global shutter. Yeah, the global shutter is crazy. I'm gonna have to like rent it on a gig and just play with it. Absolutely. Thanks, man. So, Hill, do we have a plate? Lancer, can you run and grab me a plate?
You haven't seen a road pro around, Mike?
You put it in your bag.
Did I?
Oh, yeah. What's that?
He said, where? You seen a road pro? He's like, oh, you put it in your bag.
There you go. Inventory control.
Yeah. I have an eyepiece on me at all times, just like a camera.
Right.
So
they have one of those now.
Yeah. It goes back.
Just scrub
like Black Mirror bank.
Yeah. There's an actual Star Wars website. I heard about it a couple weeks ago. And as they were reviewing it, they're like, this is just like the Black Mirror episode.
Okay, we're on.
That's my favorite.
Cool. Through the Wi-Fi?
I cannot tell what it's.
You can't tell if you're going through the Wi-Fi or not.
No. Unless you know what network it is. I don't want this connected.
Well, how do you?
It's plugged into Ethernet and it's on Wi-Fi. I have a feeling it's on. I don't know if it's an Ethernet problem, but this is just not going on there. I have now it up. Well, no, that's for this. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have just have the YouTube open. It's just I was like getting lower thirds for Ryan and this guy, so this isn't open. I need more monitors. I have a running list of shit.
There's a lot of problems.
Those guys were doing great. We're going to have a good info. Most people don't watch it live, but it's practice.
have folks that have something different to bring to the table. So we've been pleased with that. We spend about 60% of our budgets have gone out to minority and women-owned businesses.
Which is huge compared to the national average. I mean, I know Dallas is trying to get to 30%. And
you might have to create accounts, but
forget about it.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. it is a good website. Every athlete uses it in high school. Everyone I know.
It's definitely Here's something interesting. So I just looked up why do we still have a 40-hour work week, and it says the best part of being a small business owner is that I can't fire myself. I can pay into social. This currency issue. I mean, I think the real difficulty is, again, everyone who knows is control. One of the questions that I do have for the education system as a whole is like, what are they going to teach? How are they going to change the curriculum as a youth at a much younger age than you are? Here's the video. Back in the video now.
Comes out and he specifically says, don't worry, all of your funds are safe. Now in hindsight, think about how ridiculous that's.
The last week and a half has been absolutely crazy, with OpenAI releasing the new ChatGPT software.
Breaking gaming news. The new GTA 6 is going to be play to earn.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. You guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes. For what purpose, I'm not sure. How is it going to work? Through cryptocurrency. Wow.
Look at that, 941.
Wow. You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am. Well, this is insane.
More than one, but yeah.
Eyes. And you're telling me that AI has blown up that much that not only have we gone from the biggest surplus of GPUs to, basically almost doubling the value of the company that makes them, and that's cheap?
We no longer have to know how to write a research paper. With AI, it'll write the paper for you as long as you ask it the right questions and tell it what to do.
And what are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Yep. That's $375,000. Yep. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. On this episode of Ask Dr. Bitcoin, we're going to cover the basics. We're going to talk about what is blockchain, not this bill. We need to close this loophole. It's an insane loophole. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. They're driven by market sentiment and speculation, yes, but they don't promise guaranteed returns.
Mark Shutt here for Crypto Pulse. Strap yourselves in. We have a lot to cover.
Thank you for joining us on the Merge TV live stream. Here's a sneak peek of the Merge Investigates. Think of Facebook, your personal social network. Your feed is populated by your friends, and their feed is populated by their friends, your mutual network. Your friends comment, like, and share your content for their friends to see, and their friends' friends to see as well. You can see how this model works in your circles. You add Johnny Boy on Facebook, you see his posts, you comment, "Damn, that's crazy," on his most recent Storytime wall post. Your comment gets likes from Danny Boy and Jimmy Boy. You start seeing their posts on your timeline. This is what you'd come to expect if you're in the 40% of the world's population that uses Facebook.
Into the future of social media, the term Web3 is a bit of a misnomer. Web3 is a concept of decentralized social media that puts the power of privacy and security back into the hands of the user. With Web3 platforms, privacy and uncensored material is favored, as the user controls their destiny. Where does this fit in our social graph model? Well, it's up to the user to decide that. all possible social graphs the user could integrate into is available to them.
So NPR just put out a report an hour ago about Twitter taking legal action against Threads.
Are we allowed to have laptops up?
I'm just curious on what your thought is of this being a copycat platform.
Yeah.
And does Elon have the precedent to even threaten legal action?
So I am aware.
An interesting thing I noticed people talk about was property value. Proponents of the ban suggest that short-term rentals lower home value in single-family residential areas, but having vacant homes in a neighborhood will also devalue their homes. Acknowledging they lower property value also has some weird consequences when they're okay with putting short-term rentals in multifamilies.
Hey y'all, Dina here. So I know you're aware of the Airbnb ban out here in Dallas. Now personally for me, I was so excited to check out my first Airbnbs, and all of a sudden my friend texted me and said, there's a ban in Dallas. Now, what's more interesting is our team here at Harper Belmont, they decided to go and research what was really going on, and they made a short documentary. It sits on the Merge TV on YouTube. I want you to go in, watch the video, subscribe to it, and tell me what you think, because in my opinion, it was pretty interesting. But hey, my opinion doesn't really matter. All right, I'll see you later.
Welcome to The Merge. We talk about business, finance, and tech. It's the only things we talk about so that you can live your life and rely on us to think about that stuff for you. We've got Money in the Bank with Frank. Frank Kushner comes to you every single week with market updates, personal finance advice.
What are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Wow, that's a lot of money.
We've got Mark Shutt, who comes to you every single week with new tips, tricks, and news around the world of Web3 on Web3 Ready.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. You guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
We got my personal favorite, Ask Dr. Bitcoin. Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. That's where I come to you with a bunch of random but important concepts that you're going to need to survive in the world of cryptocurrency. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. And we bring it home every single week here at the Merge Roundtable, where we talk about everything that happened in the previous week and have a little fun in the process.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes.
It kind of reminds me of Weird Al.
Rebecca Black, I was going to say, but yeah.
You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am. Well, this is insane.
More
I
than
can't
one,
believe
but
my
yeah.
eyes.
Threads, everyone made a thread.
I don't know what is Threads.
It's Instagram for annoying people.
Yes, hopefully we have something worth value to everybody here. So, thanks for joining us. Well, so let's go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back next week with more of this, and we'll see you again next week on the show. Well, hello there, everyone. Welcome to today's deep dive on what undoubtedly will be one of my more controversial videos. Let me take you back to 2011. Picture this, late-night coffee shop chats in Dallas with an old high school friend of mine. He had recently taken up a VP position at Bank of America, and amidst our reminiscing about our rock days and life's ironies, he introduced me to a term I'd never heard before. Bitcoin. To me, it seemed like a fun wallet on my laptop, and a new passion was ignited. The intriguing world that blended technology, politics, finance, and revolutionary thinking is our focus today. Buckle up, grab a coffee, and join me as we embark on the exciting journey to the transformative heart of Bitcoin maximalism. Stay tuned. Bitcoin maximalism. What is it? In essence, it is a belief that Bitcoin stands superior to all other cryptocurrencies. Remember the saying that was entered into the congressional record, if it's not Bitcoin, it's a shit, and that Bitcoin holds the promise of a decentralized finance in totality. In its early days, as I navigated the forums and crypto discussions, I saw the passion, I saw the fervor, almost akin to religious fundamentalism. This term hook was coined derisively by Ethereum's creator, Vitalik Buterin. It was later adopted and tried by Bitcoin enthusiasts on social media. But the core idea is that if it's not Bitcoin, it's irrelevant. Such is the gravity of the belief that it even found its way, like I said, it's ideal money, and all other crypto ventures merely pale in comparison. Only a handful out of thousands of cryptos are even worth a glance, let alone actual usage. But how did this belief take root? As we rewind to my early days in Bitcoin, I immersed myself in Reddit's r/Bitcoin and the Bitcoin scams and frauds. Remember, we've talked about BitConnect and USI Tech on this show. By swearing by Bitcoin, you shield yourself from such deceptions. Then there are other well-intentioned projects that just don't take off. They start with a promise, but then they fade away, leaving investors in a lurch. This frequent heartbreak pushes many to cling to Bitcoin as the anchor in a stormy sea of crypto ventures. The case for Bitcoin maximalism is more than just about avoiding pitfalls, though. It's about recognizing the consistent value and stability that Bitcoin brings. Many remember the 2017-2018 boom-bust cycles with scam coins like BitConnect and USI Tech luring away thousands with promises of riches, but you also have to take into account the meme coins that have faded as well, like Dogecoin and Shiba Inu. Yes, it's not just about avoiding scams, it's about understanding the core ethos of the crypto world. Bitcoin in many ways embodies the principles that many crypto enthusiasts hold dear. Its decentralized nature, the security of its blockchain, and its resistance to censorship makes it a beacon of hope in a space that's often clouded by questionable projects. The frequency of these failures make many see them as no different from outright scams, even when they are well-intentioned. With Bitcoin's proven track record, many argue, why risk venturing into the unknown? Just stick with what's tried and tested. As bull markets surge and altcoins promise quick riches, the seasoned investor knows the value of patience and prudence. This is the essence of Bitcoin maximalism. And additionally, the unique technical strengths of Bitcoin further bolster the case of maximalism. Its proof-of-work consensus mechanism is proven to be robust against attacks. Its decentralized architecture ensures that no single entity can control or manipulate the network. And Bitcoin's limited supply of 21 million coins serves as a hedge against inflation and traditional markets. This is a principle that's not shared by other cryptocurrencies. The scarcity combined with a growing demand cements its position as digital gold. Now consider the vast world of altcoins. Many lack a clear use case, they have centralized control, or they operate in untested consensus mechanisms. Maximalism
the machinery as quickly as we can.
And when you're calling people to check out the Forward Party, what is the perfect person to check out the Forward Party? What does that profile look like? Republican, Democrat, what are they?
You know, it's someone who's come to realize that our political system is broken and it needs an upgrade. People that are smart, rational, business-minded, solutions-oriented, those people tend to love the Forward Party.
Excellent.
Also innovators, innovation-minded.
Anybody that's on the blockchain side, you've been in the space early on. So.
Oh, you know what? I mean, the single biggest donor to the Forward Party is a big Bitcoiner. So, you know, I mean, that's a true story.
All right.
That's
Excellent.
a true story.
All right. Excellent. Well, it's great to have you on, Andrew. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
He's just gonna do a quick hey, thanks, Lee Bratcher for having me out for Texas Blockchain Council.
Hang on. This way. Look at that. So many cameras.
Yeah, I'll step out.
Of course. Thank you to Lee Bratcher and the Texas Blockchain Council for having me. It's been a blast here at the summit. Innovators are needed to help make the future what we want it to be. Appreciate you guys.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I think he'd like it. Julie said he would like it. I was like, well, then ask him. Yes. We'll just ask him, and he can say yes or no, right? I have a question. Okay. Right? Like, don't let me forget. This one is.
You thirsty? I've got one. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
Are we good on audio? Or are we good?
Oh, well, I mean, this guy's doing everything, so. Okay.
So just, yeah, Mike.
I don't think there's a good place to put
Roughly
these.
how much time do we have?
Okay.
30 minutes?
We got.
Do you want to do you want the books or are we good? Okay.
Do you want your books or not?
I mean,
I don't know, it looks kind of weird.
It's his self-promotion.
These are on.
Right?
How far are we holding these?
Sure. I don't know if we're going to put them up.
Do you want them? Do you want them to? Okay. All right.
Yeah, all right. Photo shoot.
This guy is so good. Aren't you guys glad we did the professional setup now?
I knew we were hitting a
Sohil's very nice. He's been very kind. So yeah.
That's like my biggest stressor when we do these podcasts is the tech gonna work? 'Cause I'm like, I don't know. We're learning on the fly.
Dude, yeah, it's I feel your pain, 1,000%.
We've had every issue you could possibly imagine.
You guys are good.
We're getting there.
You guys are good humans.
So I told my girlfriend that before we left. I'm like, Andrew, he's a genuine human. Good
thanks,
soul.
bro.
Really mean that.
Oh man, right back at you.
Yeah, thank you.
Please say hey to your girlfriend for me. Check, mic check. Test 1 2 3.
Testing 1 2 3. We good? How we doing?
Oh, she's gonna do this. Look at that. She's getting in there.
All right.
Check 1 2 3. How do we? She likes it. She likes it.
Sounds good. Cool.
All right. Let's keep the mics. As long as we keep the mics close to our face, we'll be all right.
Yeah, that works. Okay. Let me know when we can go.
So professional.
I know. All right. Welcome. Let's do it. I guess he's speaking soon. Right behind us.
We'll make it happen.
Wild. Welcome to a very special episode of the Texas Forward Podcast. I'm Brian Lee here with the Forward Party godfather himself, Andrew Yang.
Thank you. It's great to be here in Texas. Woohoo!
Yes, and we're
everything's bigger here.
It is, including the North American Blockchain Summit. Big shout out and big thank you to Lee Bratcher for putting this on. I mean, what an impressive event.
Yeah, if you're seeing video, I don't know if you guys get video, but we have this massive backdrop. There are 5 cameras on us. You can switch camera angles every 10 seconds.
Yeah, we're taking it up a notch. Pretty good. Not probably walk in the park for you, but for me, taking it up a notch. But Andrew, so you're the co-chair of the Forward Party. You do events like this all the time. You're traveling. You're doing all the shows. You're promoting. You're spreading the brand. You're spreading the awareness about what we're doing with the Forward Party. What does that role, besides all of that important work, being the face of what we're doing and spreading that awareness, what does that actually involve on a day-to-day level? Are you involved in like decision making on the operations front, or what does that actually look like?
It looks different every day. On the average day, I might wake up. The single biggest thing is, am I at home or on the road?
Yeah.
I'm on the road probably several days a week. But let's say I'm at home. And the average day, I've got a slew of Zoom meetings, maybe an in-person meeting. I do have calls with Matt Shinners and other people who work at Forward about goings-on. There'll be specific things. For example, I'll get like a pile of requests, and they'll say like, "Hey, can you do this? Will you be here? Will you be there?" And then media. So you put it together in my days. I'm never wanting for things to do. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, I can imagine that's probably true. So, I mean, is there, when we talk about like the messaging of the Forward Party and, our principles, are there conversations that you're involved in where you're maybe, I know we have obviously a full team. We have a CEO, Lindsay, who's, making those decisions. But do you ever push back on some of those strategic things or get involved in those discussions?
Yeah. I mean, we have animated conversations and differences of viewpoint, just like you'd imagine. The message I want to send to the folks here in Texas is that you can make the Texas Forward Party what you want it to be in terms of what it stands for. And our job nationally is to support you in your vision. As long as what you're doing is within like the overall umbrella, which is, as we all know, at this point, principles-based. So you'd have to be kind of a jerk to run a foul. But we want you to find the issues that will activate and galvanize folks here in Texas and then own them and say, look, this is what we're going to be about here. We don't imagine that we know better than you all do. But yeah, we have these conversations. And I will say for me personally, I want the Forward Party, both nationally and at a state level, to take stances on things that people care about, to paint a clear picture as to what the country could look like if the Forward Party actually got its way and there were forward endorsed officials at every level.
Yeah, very nice. So I definitely want to dive into Texas specific questions here shortly, but I want to take a step back and talk about you, Andrew Yang, as an individual. So you mentioned principles. You've really developed quite a track record for kind of taking some big swings, going after some moonshot, long shot, things like the presidential campaign and even the Forward Party. You ask most people, what chance does the third party have to succeed? And, the odds seemingly would be pretty low. So when did that start for you, first of all? And as a secondary question, are there ever moments where you have a little self-doubt, where you're looking in the mirror and you're just like, what am I doing? Getting discouraged, and how do you work through those moments?
It's a great question. So growing up as a son of immigrants, my parents told me, look, if someone else can do something, you should be able to do it too. They wanted me to believe in myself in that way. But you don't really believe in yourself until things start to happen at various ages and stages. So I tried to start a company in my 20s and it didn't work out, and that really stung. But then I worked for another entrepreneur, and then I became the CEO of a company in my early 30s that then grew to become pretty significant and was then acquired by a public company called Venture for America, and I put in a bit of money, and then it grew. So I'd been a part of multiple growth stories, and that makes me know that awesome things are possible that maybe some people don't see initially, because I've done it again and again. And it's not to say that everything will work every time, but looking at the career I've had based upon where I started or even what I believed was possible when I was in my teens or 20s, gosh, I mean, can you imagine? Especially now, I mean, like since I've had such an incredible last several years, and I know that we're capable of building something awesome in the Forward Party and creating a brighter future for folks because everyone wants it, everyone needs it.
Yeah.
2/3 of Americans know the current thing's not working. So what kind of country are we if we're just going to slump with these two increasingly dysfunctional parties?
Right.
We know we can build something new and better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for someone like yourself, hats off to you, first of all, just for doing what so many people know we need to do, right? And it's fix this broken system that we have. For someone like yourself, I mean, there's got to be considerable opportunity costs in the sense that you could be doing so many other things, Andrew.
Oh, well, thanks for noticing. Now, I mean, I can tell you guys, like, I ran for president. A lot of people believed in me. And now I feel like I have a vision for how we can improve things. And, I'm going to do everything I can to make it happen. But I'll say that the world continuously is showing me that we're on the right track.
Yeah.
And so when you talk about the opportunity cost for me, I've got a great life. I work hard, but every day someone sees me on the street and is just like, hey, Andrew Yang, I'm with you. Now, is that person necessarily, a registered Forward Party, supporter? Like, generally, probably not.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet, exactly. But I get positive reinforcement all the time, and my life is great. My family, we can take a nice holiday trip or whatnot. Everything's good on our end. As you can tell, I'm not necessarily wired to try and make sure I die with the maximal amount of money in the bank. I think that's kind of a dumb way to live.
Can't take it with you.
You know what I mean? And if I did have that money, I think people might know this about me. I'd probably end up doing something wholesome with it anyway. So it would probably find its way someplace else. I'm like a fairly simple guy. I think someone asked me, it might have been you. Someone asked me, it's like, hey, when you fly out of here, is it going to be commercial or not. And I was like, of course it's commercial. I've got my United frequent flyer, and I'm just going to get on there. I will say, when I sit down on the plane, some people are like, hey, you're Andrew. I'm like, yes, I am. So that happens to me all the time. But, I mean, my life is great, and I love what we do.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And the proof is in the pudding, right? I mean, your venture before this was a nonprofit, Venture for America. You did that for, what,
6.5 years, yeah.
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 Very nice.
My parents regret I'm such a wholesome fellow. No, I'm fine. Everything's fine. I do want to talk about something that speaks to the sense of the possible.
Sure.
Because right now, people are sad that it looks like we're going to see a Biden-Trump rematch.
Yeah.
And I'm here to say that there's someone who I think can upgrade on that matchup, and it's a guy named Dean Phillips who's running as a Democrat against Joe. I think that Dean's going to do really well in New Hampshire, in part because, frankly, Joe does not do well in New Hampshire, and that was before he demoted New Hampshire in favor of South Carolina. So I want everyone listening to this to imagine the headlines if Congressman from Minnesota, Dean Phillips, beats Joe Biden in New Hampshire on January 23rd. Does that give rise to a giant whirlwind of stories saying, oh my gosh, like Joe Biden just lost the first Democratic primary? I think it does.
Yeah.
And I think that Dean Phillips is going to make it happen. And why does this matter for Forward? Is that Dean Phillips is for trying to weaken the two-party system in various ways. He's for a nonpartisan, bipartisan cabinet, as one example. He's for campaign finance reform. He's for opening up the primary system. And he believed all this before he ran into the DNC shivving him every day. So if Dean Phillips does end up upsetting Joe Biden, you could have a transformation of American politics, not in some distant future, but and I'd urge everyone to check out Dean Phillips because his campaign is on the ground right now, and I think they're set to make really, really big waves over on the Democratic side.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm definitely going to have to do a little bit more research on Dean Phillips.
And I say this as someone who, look, people probably know, like, I would love it if we had a better option than Trump on the Republican side.
Sure.
I'd be pumped if Nikki Haley ended up emerging from that process or something like that. I just don't think that's likely. I think Trump is far and away the favorite to win that race. Most people think that Joe Biden is far and away the favorite to win the Democratic side, but the truth is 71% of Dems are uncomfortable with Joe as the nominee, in part because the dude's going to be 82 in 2024.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
It's starting. This is a true story, too. I was backstage, and I was just talking about, our presidential contenders, and this guy sitting there said, you end up having this very, very sharp cognitive decline between the ages of 80 and 85 is what he said. He's like he had a parent, and they went from being with it to not with it in really short order. And I was like, oh my God, him saying that. I mean, it's painful that kind of thing is relevant or even central to our politics.
But it's true.
But when he said it, I was like, he's talking the truth.
Right. It's like when you think about talking to any 80-year-old that you're, God bless them if it's a grandparent or something like that. But, you can tell they've lost a step or two typically.
Yeah. And to be clear, I think Trump's lost some steps too, but he's getting a pass because he's against Biden. Yeah. Imagine if Trump was against a 54-year-old hale and hearty CEO, leader, member of Congress, and Dean Phillips, and all of a sudden Trump would seem ancient by comparison. The only reason Trump's getting a pass on his age and his acuity is because Biden is older.
Yeah. Well, we need more options, right?
Yeah, let's go. And isn't Forward about more options? So, I'm super excited about the possibilities in 24 in ways that other people I don't think see coming. But Dean Phillips, I think, is going to win New Hampshire, and after that, all bets are off.
Very interesting. You heard it here first.
That's right. Making some news.
I want to ask you, too, about the man who's getting ready to speak behind us, RFK Jr. So some recent polling, he's basically running, even with Trump and Biden. It's looking like it potentially could be a, three-way split. So what do you make of that? And, for somebody who, you wrote a book, I want to throw this in here, too, The Last Election, talking about the kind of existential threats of, authoritarianism, seems like there may be some kind of references to a potential second term with the Trump administration. And even people on the right, my family and I come from the right. And many people on the right, view Biden. I mean, they look at the fact that we have all these, new wars, World War III right around the corner. There's plenty of people who view him, a second term, as that existential threat as well. So how do you balance that if you're somebody who wants to see a third party, get that real notoriety, really show that it's possible, and maybe support an RFK Jr., but also they don't want to be that spoiler and put that other person, in the office?
Yeah, I'd love it if we could upgrade our system so we could all vote for who we want and not be worried about spoiling anything or wasting your vote or any of that nonsense. I completely understand the folks who are drawn to RFK because he's a very, very compelling messenger, and his message is around, trying to get beyond the two-party system, which is something I obviously believe in and agree with. And it's a sign of how strong that energy is getting and that movement's getting. That you're right, he's polling very, very high, maybe higher than anyone, including Ross Perot. Aren't we in Ross Perot's hometown right now? That's a true story, right? So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
He's from Fort Worth.
Yeah. So Ross Perot got 19%, and it's possible that RFK can do even better.
Interesting. So I guess the real question then is, what would you say to somebody who's a forward party supporter who is interested in RFK but worried about that potential of that other person getting in there?
So I would say the first thing we need to do is try and have the best options possible at every part of the ticket. So that to me is Dean Phillips over Biden. It's Nikki Haley over Trump, though again I don't see that as likely. And then let's see where we are, and then look around and be like, okay, who are the choices?
Sure.
And then take the best choice. So I'm a very pragmatic person, and the major party nominations haven't been clinched yet.
Sure.
So I want to try and get after those while they're still being determined, and then after that's been settled by next summer, then it's going to be an interesting one, because to your point, it's going to be the two major candidates, but it's also going to be RFK and then a couple of other people potentially as well.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the wildness is a sign, again, of just how vital what we're doing at Forward is, because people know it's not working and they want choices. I mean, you can see it in ways big and small.
Yeah, 100%. I want to touch on Texas here a little bit. So with Forward Party, we've taken this kind of really great approach in the sense that, and this is just the American approach, right? It's let the states kind of do their own thing and see what the best ideas are. Let the best ideas rise to the top. You can see kind of what's working for some states, what isn't for others. So what have you seen with other states within the Forward Party do well so far? What's working in other states besides Texas that we can potentially replicate?
Yeah, so one thing that we should celebrate is that there were 5 Forward aligned or affiliated candidates who won in their elections earlier in November. And so that's certainly something we can be encouraged by and also try and emulate or replicate. I was just in Florida, and there's a guy, Brian Butte, who's running for supervisor of the Seminole County Board of Elections. And he's running as just an out-and-out Forward Party member. Now, he's a little bit ahead of the curve in that, it's hard to run just expressly as a Forward Party candidate in a lot of parts of the country.
Yeah.
But he managed to do it, and so then, and we had 5 folks win. So if there are folks in Texas that want to tackle a school board race, a city council race, and it might be that you can't put Forward next to your name because of the rules, but then you can still be endorsed by the Forward Party, and we can make headway in that direction. Another issue I think has gotten resonance in some parts of the country that Texas can decide whether you like it or not is term limits. And one thing I enjoy about term limits is that it sends like a really powerful for the people anti-insider message that a lot of folks respond to.
Yeah.
Because a lot of folks are pissed off at the insiders, and then he would say, hey, we're for term limits. Oh, I like you. Because I can tell you're not just trying to sit there and make a career out of this. Like, you actually want to reform things.
Yeah. Yeah, very nice. So, one more Texas-specific question here, Andrew. What do you think? Now, you're a well-read individual. You've touched the private sector, the public sector. You're a tech, a leader in the tech industry. That's obviously you're at the third year coming to this summit. What do you think Texas does well from an economic standpoint or an innovation standpoint? And what do you think?
Or did I? The question about social media in regards to how many attacks he receives. And yeah, okay.
Test.
Check. We're
Testing.
back on.
Good. All right. Maybe just ask that question again. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So Andrew, you've touched a lot of different industries. You've done a lot of different things. You've had long ventures and interests in the public and the private sector. Technology is a big area of expertise for you. So just generally speaking, what do you think Texas does well economically or from an innovation standpoint, and where are the areas that Texas is lagging?
Well, Texas is growing like mad because you're awesome. Your taxes are low, your weather is good, and you still have an edge in affordability over certainly where I live in New York City. I mean, geez. And California, I'd suggest. And folks who come here, I have CEO friends who've come here and they say, wow, do mayors and public officials roll out the red carpet for business? Like, you get here and they're like, what can we do? What do you need? What can we do to help? So that's pretty freaking good. I mean, it's a pretty good list of assets. Like, I think Texas's growth is going to continue. Now, the things that could be done better from what I hear, it's around infrastructure and energy infrastructure. I mean, Texas is kind of an energy capital, and yet, some of the parts of the energy infrastructure are lagging behind. And some of the growth has brought with it bottlenecks in terms of, let's call it, airports, highways, homes, and it's starting to impact affordability in some places. Got tremendous assets, a lot to work with. I will say, too, that one turnoff for some people, for the business community here in Texas, is strangely enough the politics, where folks want a welcoming environment where things work well. What they don't want is ideology and cudgeling and things that make them feel less secure and safe in an environment. So I think Texas's business environment would actually benefit if it had a more reasonable approach, which is something that I think the Forward Party might be able to help with.
Definitely. It seems like with that kind of mindset that Texas, and that is why Texas seems to be a focal point for the Forward Party at large.
There's a lot of energy here because most Texans do not love what the heck is happening, out of Austin. I mean, Democrats feel like they're on the outside looking in. Moderate Republicans feel like they're outside looking in. Independents feel like they're on the outside looking in. And there's just a ton of energy. A lot of awesome people here, a lot of resources. So it's always great to be here because the potential for Forward is so high.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to ask you kind of a little bit of a off the wall question here. Curious to get your take. I heard recently that Elon Musk's Neuralink was recently finally approved for, the FDA approved their human trials. And what they're trying to do is basically get, for people who don't know what Neuralink is, get a human brain to be able to communicate with a computer. And, their first thing they're trying to do would be, get people to control the computer cursor or something like that with their thoughts. So, question for you on that, Andrew. Would you ever plug into something like a Neuralink? And what?
I'm not someone who is it's like I'm not someone who chases down cybernetic capabilities or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like I'm curious about them, but I think that these things could improve the human condition for people who could benefit, and then eventually they might reach a level where all of us benefit.
Sure. So you were the UBI guy. That was your claim to fame in the presidential campaign. And it seems like you've kind of taken a step back from, UBI specifically in your message.
There's a period where I thought, I'm going to be the RCV guy.
Yeah?
I'm going to be the ranked choice voting guy. Continue, though.
Well, you still kind of are, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Forward Party.
That has happened, yeah.
Yeah. Well, my question for you there was, what's the next UBI for you? Is there anything that you're looking at on the horizon and saying, like, that's something that, you, Andrew Yang, could really get excited about and, position like you did with the UBI?
If there's a real-life policy I'm super excited about and passionate about, it's the enhanced child tax credit, which was something of a UBI for a lot of working families in America. We lifted 3 million American kids out of poverty in 2021. We halved the poverty rate in America for kids, and then we let it go back to 12% the following year. That stuff is unconscionable. I still can't believe I can say those words, and it's a true fact about what happened in America. So I want to redo/undo that as quickly as possible, and then I'd be able to sleep better than just knowing it's like, okay, because we know we can do it. We literally did it. It's like you don't need millions of extra poor kids. I mean, I even think 5%. You'd be like, why the hell do we have 5% poor kids, much less 12%? So you can tell I get very, very jacked up about that. I'd love to change that. I think there's a chance we can change that as early as 2025. So that's what I'm going to swing at. It might not have the same ring as UBI, like Mr. Enhanced Child Tax Credit guy, but I'm, people consider me a visionary, and I appreciate it in some level.
Yeah.
But I'm very, very pragmatic and just willing to take an improvement. You could look at Enhanced Child Tax Credit and say, hey, it's not UBI. It'd be like, well, it got all those kids out of poverty. Like,
sure.
Let's do that. And by the way, I think that becomes a step towards something like a UBI. I think poverty should not be nearly as rampant in the richest country in the history of the world as it is. We can do much, much better. So that's what I'm passionate about. And I'm passionate about it in part because I saw it. We did it. We did it a couple different ways. I mean, I came off the trail in 2020, and then this thing kicked in 2021. And I was so proud because I felt like I had something to do with it.
Yeah.
And so you can imagine seeing like the high point of your career undone. I mean, it's
frustrating.
Yeah, it's very, very frustrating. So I'm still after it.
Love it, Andrew. Well, super excited, like I said, to see where this goes, and so grateful for you, and so many people in this movement are so grateful for you for doing what you're doing and just being that leader of this movement, and everything you do every day.
Well, thank you to everyone who's working with us on Forward. Look, I'm an impatient guy. I want to get stuff done, but at the same time, we know that we're in this for the long haul, and that the rate of progress could be non-linear. Like, it's not going to go up like in a gentle slope. That's not happening. I'm going to suggest again, like, hey, if Dean Phillips winds up our president in 2025, I could wind up in the cabinet, and then there could be something very, very different going on with Forward Party, where it's like, hey, it's not even a bipartisan, nonpartisan cabinet; it's a tripartisan. And then, like, the cabinet secretary, who's a member of the Forward Party, comes around and goes like, hey guys, we're going to do these things. So, or it could be someone running for office here in Texas who ends up galvanizing the state in a particular way. Like, these movements have different ebbs and flows and rhythms.
For sure.
And so we need to do our work. We need to execute. We need to grow. We need to be positive and confident and resilient. But also we have to know, it's like, look, there are going to be periods when it's fast and periods when it's not so fast. And then accept the not so fast periods and be like, okay, what can I get done? Because the country is in a rut that has been building for, I mean, what do you think? 200 years? Something like that?
Quite a while.
Like, if you were to tell me, like, in our second year, we have dozens of elected officials, tens of thousands of incredible people around the country, some of the opportunities we have, it's like, it's like very exciting. Are there things that I obviously look at and be like, oh, I wish we were doing better or humming on? Totally, 100%. But we have to know that this thing is going to be a multi-year, probably even multi-cycle endeavor, and I'm here for it. One of the jokes that I tell is like, someone asked me, it's like, hey, are you going to run again? And I say, apparently I've got another 40 years. No, but again, I'm an impatient guy. Like, we're going to get this thing done in much less time than that.
Let's do it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Andrew, real quick before I let you go, I know you are here to raise some money. I wanted to give you a little something.
Look at this, guys. It's
it's
$1 million
bucks.
bill. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Woo-hoo! My dad used to give this to waitresses. He was in carpet sales for 40 years, and he sent me this for my birthday. I saw it when I was walking out. I'm like, I'm gonna give that to Andrew.
That's a pretty good gimmick. I should have gone with $1 million a month.
See, there you go. Thanks, everybody. Thank you again to Andrew Yang, and thank you to all of our listeners. This is Brian Lee, Texas Forward Podcast, and we'll see you next time.
My face off so bad. Like, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Welcome back to the Merge. We're here again at the Summit 2023, North American Blockchain Summit. Today we've got Taras with us. He's a seasoned professional, the founder and CEO of Sunnyside Digital, and very trusted source in procurement and mining equipment. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun here in Dallas the past few days.
Yeah? Where are you based out of?
I'm north of the wall.
North of the wall, all right.
In Toronto, Canada, actually.
There you go. Yeah.
But the team, 13 strong, is actually fully remote. So we're all around the world at this point.
That's great.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Sunnyside for the audience. What do you guys, you say procurement and mining space, what exactly you guys do?
Yeah, so the way we position to our target market is really we're a services and solutions company.
Okay.
We do wholesale brokerage, infrastructure, components, logistics. We're now moving into just-in-time parts procurement as well.
Okay.
And a little bit of warehousing. And I mentioned to you guys earlier, we're setting up a warehouse actually in Colorado to be able to serve the continental U.S. better for just-in-time parts delivery for our major clients.
So I know a thing or two about Colorado, and I can tell you that those warehouses are not cheap with everything else that's going on out there. That must not have been a capital-intensive investment.
Yeah, it's been a capital-intensive investment, but the market's actually growing quite nicely, and we work with about 15 of the public companies. So we're negotiating a few agreements that will make sure that the capital will be paid out over time, paid back over time, and really allow us to take care of a lot of headaches on some of that service needs that they actually have. So
I've been in the mining sector myself, in and out of it since 2012 or so.
Oh, very
and
cool.
It's become quite, I was mining on my gaming PC on the CPU when I first started. Now, obviously, it's a massive industrial operation. And the last organization I was involved in, dealing with things like transformer shortages.
Absolutely.
Like, it's not a thing I would have conceived this industry moving towards. So what are the challenges that you're there to solve? Like what does that look like for those that have been following mining for that long and kind of don't know what it takes to be a miner?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and the sector really has evolved. I mean, we've gone from being the dodgy, shadowy super coders in basements to emerging to be part of the boardroom, right? Capital markets have embraced us. We've got multiple public companies that are doing good things. The scale of OPEX and CAPEX that's actually happening right now is mind-blowing. It's truly a global business at this point.
Yeah.
And so, there's definitely a need for a trusted source to be able to qualify, vet, supply, procure, and actually sell down assets as well for some of the larger guys, because it's quite a headache, actually, to be able to know where the market is, know where pricing is, and work with someone you can trust. Because unfortunately, anywhere there's a lot of capital, the parasites tend to accumulate as well.
Lots,
right?
Isn't that always?
So I was going to say, what can you, for those, because we've got a cross section of like enterprise and crypto blockchain audience, explain kind of the difference in the how you think about a data center that's centered around mining versus a traditional, perhaps enterprise or cloud-based data center. What's that planning? What type of challenges do you run into that you don't run into in the enterprise or traditional data centers?
Well, I think that one of the key distinctions of digital mining data center requirements is candidly the amount of power requirements that you have. Hyperscale is like 10 megawatts plus on the traditional HPC side.
Yeah.
Hyperscale on digital mining is 100 megawatt sites, 100 megawatt plus sites, like some of our clients like Riot and Core actually have.
Right.
So power requirements, power generation, power infrastructure is a huge delineation right now between digital mining and HPC. However, as AI and GPU, like the AI silicon continues to evolve, power densities are actually increasing quite significantly.
Right.
And so within the next, call it 3 to 5 years, we may actually see GPU and ASIC requirement for AI compute being close, approximately close on a power density to digital mining, meaning the experience that all the folks here have in managing heavy power infrastructure will suddenly be very useful to the AWSs of the world, the Azures, IBM. Like, they're actually going to be looking at us and how do we manage power for them to be able to see where the traditional data center power requirements are going.
I mean, this is something that like even the enterprise analysts don't really have their arms around.
No,
like there's
absolutely.
a very few analyst firms that are recognizing what you just said.
Yeah.
That there's a parallel here.
Yeah. And I mean, what's happening on the digital mining side is that there's new technologies coming out specifically around single phase and dual phase immersion. We're going to be announcing through a press release shortly our partnership with Rosso Immersion. They're a bleeding edge immersion technology provider based in the US and Canada that have some incredible infrastructure that's going to be hitting the market pretty soon.
So, yeah, can I ask you some stuff about immersion? So the last place that I kind of advised and had an inside track on with their mining operation was very gun shy about immersion because it doesn't have the track record, right? You know what the life cycle is of air-cooled systems. But immersion at that scale for crypto has not been around long enough to establish a baseline.
Correct.
So how are people approaching this? Like, it seems like a lot of them are just going whole hog because of the necessity.
Yeah.
But like, what's the thought?
Well, first off, a lot of people are gun shy about immersion because of the CapEx requirements.
Sure. Right,
Typically, an air-cooled data center for digital mining is anywhere from $250,000 on the very low end, like bare bones data center, to $500,000 on a reasonable, fairly automated digital mining data center.
And what kind of power are you talking about on that? Is that going to be 10 megawatts, 5 megawatts, higher?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. You could probably say that that's probably 10 megawatts up. I mean, the smaller scale you have, you don't get the economies of scale on purchasing.
Right.
But I would say that range is appropriate for 10 megawatts up for digital mining data centers. On the immersion side, it's typically been about $1 million per megawatt for development.
Wow.
And so, luckily, teams like Rosso have actually been able to get that cost down materially. So it's approximately $230,000 per megawatt for construction and CapEx for single-phase immersion that's hitting the market now. And so that delta suddenly makes it extremely cost competitive given the stability of the actual hash rate that you're generating, the longevity that you're going to be providing to your ASICs, and the amount of overclocking and candidly underclocking and management within different environments, specifically around heat, as well as noise mitigation.
Yeah, and the thing I think I like the most about the data center play is that, once you've actually built those rails, it can accommodate.
Of course.
You basically put in the CapEx. You can accommodate whatever technologies.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So you've actually, like utility power companies, tangible. You have math to figure out exactly what your break evens are for whatever technology.
Correct. Yeah.
The big spend was done up front.
That's right. Yeah. And now that we see the industry is evolving, folks are really coming around to it, specifically in the capital market side, and hopefully soon in the White House and in DC in the swamp, that digital mining is not killing babies and boiling kittens and everything else, that we're actually a net positive to grid stability. I think that amortization of 5 to 10 years for CapEx is very reasonable.
Yeah, so we had Nick Carter on earlier, and
great guy.
Well, I wanted to talk to him about like the whole negative battery concept and stuff, but we had so many other like hot button topics we were talking about. I didn't even get to that. So maybe we can, for some of the audience here that like isn't familiar with kind of how that works, like, so this negative battery concept is something you talked about.
Yeah.
And I would like to maybe like kind of lay that out in a kind of a lay sense for some of the non-grid literate people in the audience,
Fundamentally, a negative battery is essentially you are the off-taker of power generation of first resort. Meaning that if you generate power, if you have a digital miner, they are taking power 24/7, 365. Knock on wood, that's the goal, right?
Right.
What that actually allows you to do is overbuild capacity. And actually that will drop on a per kilowatt hour basis for ratepayers their actual utility bill. And why it's important is the negative battery is that when the grid needs that power, a digital miner can shut off within 5 seconds, 30 seconds based on demand response programs that are in place. You talk to DuPont Chemicals or an Alcoa aluminum smelting, ask them to turn off, you're going to get a big no thank you. Right. So that's why digital mining is actually a grid positive.
Yeah, especially if it's like the immersion. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Less wear and tear on the machines.
Exactly. Yeah, a lot more thermal management. Your machines last longer. You get a way better performance out of it, and it's a lot more automated.
Well, I mean, and the effect on OpEx for a mining company to turn everything off is way different from a factory floor.
Completely.
Yeah.
How long does it take to get a aluminum smelter heated to appropriate degrees? Right. Like it takes weeks.
Right.
You can't just turn it off. Digital miners can.
And not to mention like any manufacturing concern, I mean, they're going to have people on the floor.
Right.
And like, how many people does it take to run a hyperscale data center? Way less than it does to build a widget.
Correct. Far less. But it's also how automated your infrastructure and CapEx is. If you're containers, whether steel structures, there's all sorts of flavors that you can get into. Getting a per man hour for per megawatt, right?
Right, but the goal is always driving that down, and Bitcoin mine excels at that. Right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Efficiency, yeah.
Great. So, yeah. What else you got on?
So you know, for Sunnyside's digital vision, what are your thoughts? Like, where do you see it going? I mean, we're obviously in a pretty intense, volatile time. Today is not necessarily a great day, but what do you see as from a subsistence point of view? What do you see moving forward?
Just like we're seeing some M&A in the market on the public miner side, you know, I'll say that there's going to be M&A and consolidation on the services and secondary market side. We're really happy to announce that we've actually we're working to close an acquisition of a company called Merov. We're bringing 4 of their folks onto the Sunnyside team, so that'll bring us up to 13 full-time team members with Sunnyside. That'll also allow us to make sure we can cover HPC and GPU hardware sales, data center construction, because candidly that's been a big driver of growth for us as a company.
Right.
Several of the public companies have actually come out and said that is a new strategy for them, which makes sense. The one thing to caveat that is that not all digital mining data centers are appropriate for HPC, but some are. About 10 to 20% of the existing digital mining facilities and sites can potentially be repurposed. It's going to be expensive, but it'll actually allow them to have different streams of revenue over the longer term, and candidly, capital markets really likes that.
Digging into your recent merger round beforehand, and was there a change in the mark?
Come join the team kind of a discussion. So nothing but great things to say about those guys. They've done fantastic. We're going to be launching some new products with them as part of the team pretty soon. So it's going to be exciting days ahead for sure.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Thanks so much. Taras, it's been a pleasure having you on. I'm so happy to be able to get a little clarity into the mining infrastructure from our friends up north as well.
Yeah. Happy to chat anytime. Absolutely.
Thanks, and welcome to Texas.
Thanks guys.
Welcome back. Welcome back to North American Blockchain Summit. Frank Kushner, Mark Hopkins, and we have Mike Alfred, a distinguished figure in the cryptocurrency blockchain world. Mike, professional background, entrepreneurial, founding CEO, executive board member, advisor, value-oriented investor. He was CEO of Digital Assets Data. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Great to be in Texas.
Yeah.
It's a fun day.
So, you heard everybody here. You heard Vivek. Everyone's talking about choke point. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's talking about the choke points, and I'm curious if you have any thoughts on what Vivek has said, and if you think there's going to be anything that RFK is going to say any different.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert on regulation and like what the government's going to do. I think there are a lot of people in Bitcoin and crypto in particular that like want to believe there's some vast conspiracy to like take down the industry. I think a lot of that is narrative because it's more fun to believe that like the whole world's out to get you than to think nobody cares at all.
Right.
So I don't think there's any sort of vast conspiracy. I think there's a lot of ignorance. There's a lot of people who misunderstand Bitcoin and crypto. There are a lot of people in government that don't have time to understand. I think a lot of that sort of works itself out over time as people realize the societal value to these technologies. So I'm not personally that worried about choke point. I think it may be a short-term issue more than a long-term issue.
Yeah, a big part of my contention is that like there has to be some sort of either regulation or capture that we can actually foundationally adhere to and then grow from. And I feel like we haven't had that. There's so many people that talk about what they think crypto is, and no one seems to, as you said, have the time to actually look into what it is. So for me, that question really means, how do you see a way forward without any particular regulation, regardless if it's blue or red? It seems to be that crypto advocates really just believe that DeFi is the best path, and I think you kind of believe something similar.
Yeah, I mean, look, decentralized platforms are a real innovation, and they allow for organization of people and processes that are different than anything before. And I think that should be celebrated, and I think it should be allowed to flourish. If you try to kill it, it'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's the power. The China tried to shut down Bitcoin mining, and all those miners ended up in like the US and Kazakhstan. Right. And if you try to stop DeFi protocols from operating in the US, they'll just move to Singapore or Dubai or Malta. And so I think there's a real risk that you over-regulate. At the same time, you've got to protect end consumers who are buying a lot of these things and ideas at a nascent stage when they really look a lot like untested securities. So I can kind of see it both ways.
Right.
I sort of have more of a balanced view, and I don't think that all crypto is necessarily amazing, and that all securities-like activity should be unregulated. But at the same time, I don't want to see the entire industry move to Dubai. I think that would be quite bad for the U.S. It would be like letting China own AI instead of trying to be a world leader at it.
It's also somewhat counterintuitive to the law enforcement goals, right? If you move it out of U.S. jurisdiction, you're going to lose any ability to cooperate with the companies that you're trying to investigate.
That's right, and Bitcoin is a ledger that's completely transparent, and so law enforcement's actually figured out that they prefer for criminals to use Bitcoin than dollars, because a lot more criminal activity is conducted with dollars, not just on an absolute basis, but also sort of on a relative basis. Like there really isn't that much criminal activity happening on Bitcoin, because the reality is it's much easier to catch people who use Bitcoin because every transaction can be viewed.
Right.
So, the other side of this is the banking industry and the banking lobby. Like I understand why banks are nervous about these technologies, in particular Bitcoin, because we're going into a time where the government's running huge deficits. The Fed and Treasury are ultimately going to ask the commercial banks to kind of share in this burden if we continue on the path we're going down. And Bitcoin represents an avenue, an escape vector for end retail consumers who no longer trust that their money's safe in a bank, or they don't feel the interest justifies the risk. And so you could view Bitcoin as a way for people to get away from the existing system, and it may increase the bank's cost of capital. Like they would love to have cheap deposits forever,
right?
And that era may be over, and Bitcoin kind of accelerates that process. So, I understand why certain components of the traditional financial system would like to attack Bitcoin. It's just, candidly, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Because you can't stop it.
Yeah, you can. And you're seeing every day, another South American country that basically moves over to the cryptocurrency side of the equation because it's still better than the crazy inflation that they're having. Now, speaking of interesting, mispriced assets, talk to me a little bit about the actual book value of some of these public miners, private miners, these different options that are out there.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting environment. The hash price was really low for a long time, but the hash rate, the global hash rate's been going higher. Particularly the public miners continue to invest billions of dollars in new capex, building new facilities, buying machines, building substations, securing low-cost power in rural areas like West Texas, for example. And so it's been a really odd in the toilet. Yeah. And my suspicion is just that we're in a period of pretty intensely negative sentiment that doesn't really reflect the kind of 12 to 24 month opportunity to own these businesses that are essentially levered operationally to the price of Bitcoin. So the world's sort of imagining a continued $35,000 or $36,000 Bitcoin, which, by the way, is way better than 26 a year and a half ago. But it's still not enough for some of the miners, and with the halving coming, that acts as a pretty restrictive force, right? Because your cost double in that period, and so I think it could be a tough time for certain miners, but I don't think the market's really capable of parsing that. And so basically, the market's throwing out all the companies, even though some of them are going to do quite well post halving.
If they can hold on,
if they can survive,
they can hold on.
Survival right now.
Yeah.
So you had at one point predicted $1 million Bitcoin. Is that still kind of a thing that and under the next 10 years, right? So is that still kind of a realistic prediction in your mind?
Yeah, I think 2032, 2033 time frame. We still don't know what's going to happen in 25. 24, 25 should be pretty good from a seasonality, liquidity, traditional halving cycle dynamics. So if let's say we see 100 or 150 or 200 this cycle, then you should see 400, 500, 600 by sort of 2029. And then, I'm not the only one. Kathy Wood and others have all sort of predicted similar numbers in the similar time frame. But the problem with Bitcoin is it's so reflexive that if it goes to 200 this cycle, it very well could go to 300.
Yeah.
Right. If it goes to 300, it could go to 350. And it seems unlikely today as we sit here because we're all anchored to 20, 30K Bitcoin prices. But have this conversation in 25 or have this conversation in 28 or 29. I'm telling you, everybody's model's moving to the right.
Yeah, well, take a look at the Treasury, right? Like a 50 basis point move the 10-year. Things can't happen like that. It can't overrun that high. Well, we'll see.
And a lot of people will be caught flat-footed, especially with Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has scarcity built in to the protocol at its very core. And in a world of abundantly cheap debt for the last 5-10 years,
infinity,
zero interest rates, stimulus, fiscal deficits, Bitcoin is a scarce, definably scarce asset in a world full of funny money, essentially.
Yeah.
So there's really no limit to what Bitcoin could do as expressed in dollar terms.
Yeah. I mean, everything is aligned in that direction. I have there's the normies of my life, and then there's the people that are on our side of the fence where you've expressed $1 million Bitcoin doesn't sound controversial to me.
Yeah.
But you talk about this during the middle of the SBF trial, and they're like, "Oh no, it's gonna be $2,000." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Right. I don't even understand how you could think that, But it's a different world that it's shrinking. I think their side is. I mean, the knowledge is expanding that Bitcoin is scarce and that mining isn't going away and the mechanics behind it are not changing, at least not in a negative way.
I think Bitcoin really entered the public consciousness in a serious way in 2017.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, everyone was talking about Bitcoin around the Thanksgiving table, and there was a mania. The thing is that the average person, they heard the word Bitcoin for the first time, but they still, even today, don't understand why it matters. So there's still this big delta between brand awareness, name recognition, and actual understanding.
Right.
And that's really the opportunity for the space. As it relates to consensus expectations, as we know from traditional markets, they're always moving. The market's often very wrong. And so you ask, even just like a month and a half ago, I was sitting at the Swan mining day at a panel, and I said to the room, I said, I think you're all too bearish. I wouldn't be surprised to see 35 to 40K Bitcoin by the end of the year, and that was highly controversial.
Oh, I bet.
40 days ago.
Yeah.
On a panel with
45
Swan
days ago.
Bitcoin, so that crowd.
At a mining event with
Yeah.
a bunch of really talented executives who know Bitcoin and thought leaders and influencers. And that's the thing about market expectations, right? When they move, everybody gets moved to the right or left, and that can change with Bitcoin literally in a month.
Yeah. So one of the things our network is focused on is education. And so we're always, especially particularly in the world of blockchain and crypto and Bitcoin, we're struggling with how to correctly educate the right audience. And from the normies, what level of education do you think it's appropriate to kind of delve into when you're trying to introduce them to Bitcoin, for them to properly, grok, like being able to look at it in the future and go, okay, it's going to be $1 million Bitcoin is a reasonable estimation. How do you get from I've heard the word Bitcoin to I understand why that's not a controversial thing to say?
It's an iterative journey. So
Okay.
people who are good open source learners, people who play music and they like to improvise more than they like sheet music, tend to do better.
Right.
Because there's so much information. I'm not going to suggest one specific book or one specific
Sure.
course, but I think it's important to start with what is money? The fundamental question of what is a dollar? Because we all, growing up, before Bitcoin, I think a lot of people just assume that the current reality has always been the reality. And they don't know about 1971. They don't know about the gold standard. They don't know about previous iterations of money, fiat currencies going back to the Roman Empire. And I think starting with a study of what is money used for, what are the characteristics that make good money, you can just do an objective evaluation of all the forms of money that you interact with and something like Bitcoin. And I think once you do that work, all gets easier from there. But exactly how to do that, I'm not the expert in that, because I like to go deep and then come back out, and then go deep and explore different, listen to podcasts, read books, do stuff online. And then before I knew it, I became one of the people that I was reading stuff from on Twitter. That happened sort of accidentally. I never intended on being a Twitter persona at all, but I enjoy interacting with the Bitcoin community, and that's kind of my best expression of it.
That's awesome. That is so great. Yeah, I have from a financial planner's point of view, I have so many Fibonacci-like similarities that I have clients now that didn't know or care anything about gold, physical or otherwise, and now because of the way the market is and how scared everyone is, everything, they're like, well, I want to buy gold. I want to buy gold in my IRA. I want to buy, and it's similar to kind of a crypto conversation where it's like, okay, so what is the right one, right? And if you take a look at the two majors, for the most part, you can talk about Bitcoin, you can talk about Ethereum, oil versus, it's like, I just find it fascinating for the individual investor. What advice would you give someone just starting out that has this question? I want to be involved. How do I do it easily? Because they can't come to me.
I can condense. I can condense 5, 6, 7 years of study down to, if you don't want to lose money and you want to increase your purchasing power, own Bitcoin with no counterparty. Period. Just because if you buy Bitcoin, you put it in BlockFi or Celsius or Voyager, or God forbid you give it to Suzu and Kyle at 3 Arrows, or right, you put it in any of these platforms that ultimately ended up being insolvent. All you owned was a paper claim for Bitcoin. And so if you don't want to do the work to assess the balance sheet of every custodian in the space, which most people don't, you really need to learn how to use cold storage. You need to learn how to use a signing device. You need to learn how to hold your own keys. But Bitcoin's unique in that way, right? You can really hold it, and you can be sure that your holding is not a liability to anyone else if you hold the keys. And it's protected by literally 400 or 500 exahash of power now. These miners globally, they're decentralized. You can't say the same thing about Ethereum. Ethereum's a proof of stake protocol. The rules could sort of change any time. It's much, much harder to attack Bitcoin. It's much, much harder to change Bitcoin. So when I sell my mom, like, hey, you want to have exposure to this space because you want to increase your purchasing power, I don't recommend anything other than Bitcoin, because that's the only thing I can feel confident that in 10 years, when she needs that money, it'll be there. And it'll probably be worth more dollars than it is today, because the government's going to print more dollars, but there's a limit to how many Bitcoin you can create.
Yeah, one of the things I find fascinating is the opacity of the supply of gold. Like, there's always these things like, is there any money, is there any gold in Fort Knox?
Fort Knox, yeah.
We know how many were minted or how many will be minted, period, of Bitcoin. So there's that scarcity.
And the key component of that is that the supply changes are not linked to demand at all.
Right.
Every other thing in society, condos, right, gold, etc. When there's more demand, what do people do? Stocks, right? They go out and make more. So when there's high demand for stocks, more companies go public. When there's high demand for gold, the miners dig into the ground and try to pull more out.
Right.
Bitcoin doesn't care about the demand. The demand happens,
it's there,
but the supply is fixed and algorithmic, and it happens via the protocol. I think there's something magical about that in a world where the rules sort of get changed arbitrarily based on politics. Pandemic happens, boom, we're going to print money. And oh, by the way, we're going to tell you we're going to give you $600, but the wealthy get PPP loans for $40 million, which preserves their equity and debt, which is worth hundreds of millions.
Right.
And so who got the real stimulus check in the pandemic? Those rules change based on politics and campaign contributions and things like that. You can't lobby Bitcoin. You can't give a campaign contribution to a politician and get them to change the supply schedule for Bitcoin.
What's your answer to, with gold or oil, you actually have a tangible asset that if the world goes to zero, you have something in your hand where it's worth nothing?
I mean, my answer to that is if there's a solar flare that shuts down,
we're screwed anyway.
Yeah, like there's going to be riots and anarchy in the street within a week or two everywhere anyway.
That's the least of your problems.
You're not going to be worried about your financial assets. You're going to be worried about the physical safety of yourself and your family, access to water. You're probably going to need weapons to defend yourself. And so you're going way backwards in that idea. And so if you invest around that as a thesis, it's highly likely you're going to lose a lot of money over time anyway. Like the bears almost always lose money over time, essentially.
Yeah.
So I think you want to be an optimist. People who it's kind of a waste of the time conversation. If you're really worried about that, build a bunker underground, stash it with a year's worth of supply of water, put weapons in elsewhere.
Neil Dutta on something, and he was have to be bullish.
Yeah.
Over time, I have to be bullish. I see the same thing here.
That's right. And I think Bitcoin is a fundamentally bullish bet. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's a
like a doomer money or something." Yeah.
And it's really not.
No.
If you're optimistic about the future of the planet, you want to protect and preserve your purchasing power. You want to protect and preserve your energy, and you want to be able to take care of your family. Because you believe in the future, you believe the future is going to be better.
Well, and not to mention the business that you're primarily concerned with, the mining industry. It's also preservation of the infrastructure, right? It goes hand in hand with the grid.
Yeah, I mean the Bitcoin miners are making the grid more anti-fragile. It's a heavy-duty load, large-scale user of power that oftentimes is stranded or not able to be transported to the load centers. They can curtail anytime. They're location agnostic, so they're often situated in communities that are underserved, without a lot of investment, without a lot of interest, and now there is, because these mining machines, right? So do pretty much everything that you use in your life uses more energy. That's a sign of human prosperity, and Bitcoin mining isn't different. But what's cool about Bitcoin mining is you can use the energy that no one else wants, and it can give power back to the grid when the demand for these other uses goes up a lot. There's really nothing else like it.
Yeah, there's something like between 40 and 60% trapped unusable energy essentially in the grid.
Yeah, and there's 20 to 30 gigawatts of stranded renewables just in the Panhandle in West Texas.
Yeah. So I was out, was lucky enough to go for a little drive out through West Texas, and I got to visit a immersion Bitcoin facility. It was so much fun.
It's a real trip when you actually go out. I was out there earlier this week, and I was sitting at the bar, the hotel, and there was guys talking about the oil rigs and the natural gas places. And then there's the Bitcoin mining people, right next to each other. So one's more of a tech-first digital asset, this thing that most people still don't understand. The other thing is an old world infrastructure business that's been around in the U.S. for 150 years.
And they do so similar a thing, right? converting one.
Ultimately,
Yeah.
Bitcoin is energy.
Yeah.
And that's the key thing between proof of work and proof of stake. Bitcoin, to grow and to be sustainable and to be safe, needs energy. And it stores energy, and it's integrated with all of the energy assets that already exist, in a sense.
Yeah.
And most of crypto isn't. That's the real. Forget about what the toxic maxis say and Bitcoin just better and all that.
Well, that was a wonderful interview. Thank you so very much, Mike. It's been a pleasure having you on. Look forward to having some additional conversations with you guys. Hopefully come back on the merge one time.
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much.
That'd be great.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Merge live at North American Blockchain Council, North American Blockchain Summit. I'll get it right here eventually. You've been doing all the intros today, so
I know. I figured I'd throw you a curveball today. We've got Natalie
like
Brunell.
half a second before you do it. I'm here with Frank Kushner. I'm Mark Hopkins. We're here with Natalie Brunell. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to Texas. Thanks for coming.
You. It's been fun. I've visited Texas so many times this year, so glad to be back.
It's kind of Texas is Bitcoin country, as they say.
It's what I hear. It's
Yeah.
what I hear. It's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. My language about choke point and enforcement and all these, I'm like, wow, he's talking our language. So you've been paying close attention to what's going on, talking to these folks backstage. What are you hearing?
Yeah, it's really exciting to see multiple U.S. presidential candidates talking about Bitcoin and really feeling like they want to come out there and say they're going to protect the right to self-custody, they're going to protect privacy, and help it potentially even bring. So that was really interesting to learn about, and I had a chance to interview. RFK Jr. at a presser. So it's been an exciting.
That's great.
It's been an exciting
I'm looking
day
forward
here.
to seeing him later on today. That's fantastic. That's great. So what has your experiences been lately with the kind of the thaw with Bitcoin? And it seems like, I feel like it's become a lot more in the mainstream, even the political mainstream, because it seems like we hit a base and things are starting to move back up.
It really is funny how every time the number goes up, there's so much more attention, right? It was certainly a better buy when it was 16,000, but everyone was running scared. So now, it's thawing out of crypto winter, and I'm really looking forward to the next year because we have a confluence of different events. We have still a very volatile macro environment where I do believe we will have a harder landing than they hoped for. I think we're going to have a recession. I think it's going to be painful. They're going to reinitiate the money printer. And I do think that will bring more liquidity to Bitcoin. And people, again, are very curious when the price starts to tick up. But then we also have the halving. We have the spot Bitcoin ETFs that are on the horizon and potentially approved in the next, maybe a couple months. So I think there's a lot of energy, and it's like a coiled up spring right now because I look forward to that next bull run.
So what cycle number is this for you? Like you've been, as all of us who follow you have kind of watched your journey into Bitcoin. But is this your first major winter? You've weathered one of these before?
I have weathered one before as an investor. It's my first big cycle as a podcaster and as a figure in the space who's trying on, and I never sold. And then I saw it crash back down, and I bought up. I bought all the way down, and I really believe that this is the future and that this is the best savings technology that people in my generation, the millennials, have, and Gen Z and future generations. And it's something we so badly need because so many people today are just struggling to make ends meet. And more frequently, two incomes are not enough, and I think there's such a downward pressure on society economically just to tread water, and it shouldn't be that way because the more that people are able to be free of that anxiety of worrying about how they're going to afford the roof over their head and the education for their world, where more and more people are adopting this form of money, and where we're more cooperative too. I think that it'll help us be a more cooperative society when we can actually trust our money as opposed to have a very corrupted system of finance.
Interestingly, I kind of feel like in the past 20, 30 years, we've also seen kind of a growing of the nuclear family kind of breaking apart, and you see more and more people taking initiative on their own savings. And I know that you have made a tremendous effort into also helping with equality in the population of women in Bitcoin. So could you talk to us a little bit about how you've been educating, how you see it from that point of view?
Yeah, so I attended my first Bitcoin conference in 2021. I had just launched my podcast. I didn't know what to expect. I really just wanted to meet other Bitcoiners and also try to get some of the figures that I really looked up to come on my show. So I took my best girlfriend, and we were so outnumbered. It was just so crazy to see that we would walk into every room and it was like hundreds, thousands of guys and not a lot of women. And I joked that it was super convenient when it was time to go to the bathroom because there was no line, and for the guys, I felt bad for them because it was like stretching out of the around the corner. But I thought, why aren't the girls in this space? Because my girlfriends, not only are they passionate about making money, but they're also passionate about saving money for the future. And so many of them need to hear the message of Bitcoin. So I just hope to serve as a welcoming voice so that they see that they're represented and they feel like they can be a part of this community too. I think Bitcoin is for everyone. It's for kids, it's for the old, the young, the every color, every nationality, every language, and that excites me. So we're having a women's event here, and I'm very excited because we're getting the girls into Bitcoin, and I love it.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. My cousin up in New York, he kind of focuses on that market, and while you're quiet, very focused and very diligent. It seems to be kind of, that's what I've seen and what I've noticed.
Yeah, and I can relate, because when I first started, I was a little intimidated by how techy Bitcoin seemed. I thought this is only for people who have studied computer science or engineering or finance, and I was none of those things. So I really was worried that I wouldn't understand it or fit in. But it's not. It's money. We all use money. Money does not discriminate, and we all need money. We need to be able to have a money that we can trust into the future. So yeah, Bitcoin's for everyone.
Yeah, especially with sorry, Mark. One of the things that I found fascinating though is that you've got such a broad audience that you have the capacity to bring some really important people onto your podcast to talk about really great things, and that was something that traditional media has kind of missed. So thank you so much for bringing that out and being able to create a bigger platform for that.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, it's because of decentralized media and information that I've been able to do that.
Agreed, yeah.
Because I certainly tried to report on Bitcoin as a reporter, because I come from the legacy television journalism world, but I was very limited in what I could do in terms of the stories about this space. So now that I'm independent, I can really dig in and help the education grow and tap into these stories and interviews that I really think matter. And I'm excited that I've had that opportunity.
So what's your approach to education? Like, how do you place those like stepping stones of knowledge? Because it's I've been in the kind of the education space for a while, and it's at the point where we've probably converted all the computer science guys over to Bitcoin that we're going to get until like it's just the world's native reserve currency. So how do you talk to the normies? How do you talk to the people that don't want to deal with private keys and 24 phrase, passphrases? Like, how do you get them to cross that chasm over to what it's kind of responsible crypto usage?
Yeah, it's a great question, because I feel like over the last couple of years, I've realized that you kind of have to meet people where they are.
Right.
And for different groups, different individuals, it's going to be different. Some people have a pain point like I did. My family lost everything in the great financial crisis. So I had a seed planted that I distrusted the system and thought there was something rigged about it. But for someone else, it'll be, a different pain point. For some, there isn't a pain point. They grew up and benefited from fiat and they're doing okay. So you have to approach them even more differently, because they want to probably preserve and retain the value of what they've been able to save. So it really depends on the group that I'm speaking to or the event that I'm going to. I try to cater it because at the end of the day, what I've realized is so many people take for granted money, where it comes from, how it's created, what the value is, inflation. Most people don't question why every year 2% of our value just disappears in purchasing power.
Yes.
Why do we accept that? Why do we have a system of inflation? Why is it 2%? Is it really 2%?
Right.
So I try to get people to be curious about those questions and then go from there.
Great. Well, that's great what you're doing, and I hope your continued approach is effective, because we definitely need to get that where get the knowledge out there.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Awesome.
So, okay. Well, I think we're coming up close to the end. Do you have any final questions, or?
I really just have, I guess, along that same front, last question, since you do work with such a diverse population, how do you address the different populations as far as, like, everybody has the same question, it's money, right? How do you differentiate your conversations among the most sophisticated to the least sophisticated? What's your one, what would be the one thing that you would say?
Well, I think everyone's impacted by inflation. So I think that's the best place to start, is to find out what people know about our current system, our current system of banking, for example, which if all of us tried to go get our money from, Chase or Wells Fargo or Bank of America, they don't have it, right? Like they don't actually have it in reserves. So I try to peel back the layers of what they currently know about the system, and really also ask them, how are they planning for the future? Because something that I think about a lot more in Bitcoin than I did before is how do you think about 10, 20 years from now? Before I knew about Bitcoin, I was very pessimistic about the future. I thought, wow, things are getting worse, things are getting harder. It's harder to afford the cost of living and a nice house and affording a family. Now with Bitcoin, I look at the future with hope. I think we can solve these problems. We have a tool. People are opting into this parallel, peaceful system and network, and it's going to continue to grow. And technology actually fixes things. And once the technology takes hold, like the internet did, like cars, like the printing press, it's transformative. And network effect is really powerful. And so I think that this is the next transformative, revolutionary technology. We get to be on the front lines of it. This is so exciting. People think they're late. We're not. We're all very early. We're all later than someone, but we're all still early. And I truly think that people are going to grow up super familiar with just using Bitcoin, not necessarily knowing all the intricacies of mining or the technical components, but they're going to know Bitcoin in the same way that today a lot of people just grow up understanding the internet, right? And we understand driving a car and no longer a horse and buggy, right? Like it's just technology progresses, we're progressing, and Bitcoin will help us with all of that.
So, as a media person who's done, you mentioned like kind of decentralized media or federated media. So, where do you fall kind of like all other things that aren't Bitcoin? I know you're primarily in Bitcoin education. Do you play around with some like the Web3 tools or some of the Web3 media platforms that exist?
No, so far I'm really focused on Bitcoin education because, again, I think we've got so far to go in terms of just educating people about that, questioning what is money and learning about Bitcoin, and I think everyone needs to start there. But I'm a huge freedom maximalist. You know, whatever you want to put in your portfolio, whether you want to gamble with things or you want to be super conservative and do 100% Bitcoin, you know, it's not my business what's in someone's portfolio. I think it's my job to just share the message of Bitcoin and educate them on the 101 if that's where they're starting out, and just help them through that, because we all had someone help us, right? So for me, the focus has been Bitcoin because I think that we need to fix the money. And the only blockchain monetary network that can fix the money is Bitcoin. And so I'm excited about focusing squarely with Bitcoin.
How do people find you? How do they follow you? Where do they find more information about your educational and or other?
Yeah, sure. So I have a podcast called Coin Stories on audio and video platforms. So wherever you get your podcasts, as well as YouTube, and very active on X. And I'm actually working on some 101 video content so that people that are just beginning into the next bull market will have some more resources where they can just learn about Bitcoin in an approachable way.
That is awesome.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks.
Awesome.
Yes.
Did you? Did you?
And welcome back to The Merge live at the North American Blockchain Summit. I got it right.
Yeah, you
Good
got
job.
it this time.
I'm Mark Hopkins. I'm here with Frank Kushner, and our guest this hour is the illustrious Gary Leland.
The illustrious. I've moved up a notch in
The
your
Bitcoin boomer. Here we go.
Yeah,
Bitcoin boomer.
The credits so long, I can't go through them all right now. But most importantly, you are the curator, the Meister over at the BitBlock Boom conference.
I am.
And you podcast about Bitcoin on the Bitcoin Boomer show. And you've done a million other things in podcasting and tech and blockchain. So
all I do is Bitcoin now.
It's all Bitcoin now. But in your past, we've gone parallel. So I feel like we could talk for a couple of hours. We have talked for hours.
I think we talked for a couple hours this weekend.
Just this week, yeah.
So,
So welcome to the show. Welcome to the conference. How's it been for you so far?
Conference been good. I saw Vivek this morning.
Yeah.
I hope I pronounced that correctly. I never watch speakers at all, ever.
Right.
I mean, I don't think I've watched a speaker session in 10 years at a conference, and I've been to 100 of them. And I decided to watch.
Except BitBlock Boom, right?
Well, actually, I'm working so much that I don't watch them. I'm just not a sessions guy. I'm more like hanging out in the hallway guy.
Right.
I like going to conferences. Like I've been here all day, but I don't really go to the sessions. There are hallway people and there are session people, and I'm a hallway person.
Yeah, but Vivek, he's very well spoken. He's got great content. Like, what did you think about that? You listened
I
in.
like his three rules, or not rules, but his 3 points that he was trying to make that he's going to go through. I thought anyone who's into Bitcoin is going to have to like those points. Most Americans should like those points. You can self-custody, not making any laws to hamper, if you're trying to do a startup or something.
Right.
Code is speech. I mean, this is all basic fundamental
stuff.
rights that we have, that people don't realize. I don't think they realize anymore that these are these things we have. They're not things we need to be given. They're things we have, but we may need to take them back.
Yeah.
But it's not like someone's doing us a favor.
Yeah.
Right. So we, again, we're here for the summit, the blockchain summit, but I want to go back to your roots for a second. You've been doing this for quite some time, 2004. You've been basically decentralized podcasting. What was that like back then? Were you doing it live? Were you live podcast? I mean, gosh, you have dial-up. I mean, back then, how did you?
You really didn't. You really can't do live podcasting. I mean, since it has to be sent out on by the nature of the description of podcasting. Everybody calls things a podcast.
Everything's
now.
a podcast now.
But YouTube videos aren't a podcast. I mean, if you're making YouTube videos, but it was a whole different world back then. I think I was like one of the first 50. And I didn't even realize. People told me later that I was one of the first 50. I didn't understand it. And everybody who did a podcast, for the most part, were on Apple computers because it came with a GarageBand. So they had editing equipment on their computer already. Right. And it was kind of like a crazy world back then. You had to use an iPod. Most people don't know what an iPod is now. You go to bed and you'd hook your iPod up to your computer so that the next morning you had your podcast you wanted to listen to on there. The iPhone really revolutionized podcasting more than anything else.
Right.
More than iTunes. I had a podcast directory way before iTunes did. And
Did you start off with? Were you like traditional media at one point, or did you just
I was a sporting goods store. And I received an email one day that said, there's this new thing coming out called podcasting, might be worth investigating. So we started podcasting and made a podcast directory.
Who sent you that email?
I have no idea. Yeah. Could have been you for all I didn't know. It was only like in the email, it was a marketing email I listened to. It was only like 2 lines in there about it. But I told one of my guys, I said, hey, find out what this podcast is and let's start working on this.
Yeah.
And next thing I knew, a month later, we had one of the first podcast directories. I was going, I didn't mean to go through all that much trouble. I just thought. So then we started doing a sports podcast. I think we were the first sports podcast.
Wow.
We'd interview people in sports because I had a sporting goods store.
Yeah.
I was trying to drive sales to the sporting goods sale.
I mean, I don't know if you how much you watch TV, but there was the one with Tim Allen, and it was a sporting goods store. So that's the first thing. That's the first place I went to when he said sporting goods store, video log. It's great.
Actually, when I started in I started building a website in '95, e-commerce site. Everybody told me I was an idiot. People wouldn't buy stuff on the internet.
Yeah.
And I had a hard time building a shopping cart. That was my hang-up. Was building a shopping cart because you couldn't just do it like you can now.
Right.
You know, you had to actually build this stuff.
You couldn't just install WooCommerce or Shopify or something.
So I stopped working on it for a
Yeah.
while, and then back in '96, I picked it back up.
Right.
And I finally got it done. It's funny. What's really funny about that is when I started that store was a wallpaper website selling wallpaper. It was the first wallpaper website. I got a lot of firsts, kind of just the timing. And so I decided to do the sporting good website. And I didn't want to build that whole shopping cart again, so I used the same shopping cart.
Yeah.
So they check out at the baseball website, softball website, and they go to a wallpaper website to check out. And no one ever called questioning it. They just bought their stuff on there.
I mean, the internet was a different place.
But they wouldn't give you their credit card number on the internet. They wanted to give it to you in person.
Right.
I'm not putting it in that machine. I want you to write it down on a piece of paper, stranger I don't know, and maybe throw it in the trash can. You know, so write this down.
That's so funny. I just remember I had an e-commerce site that we were working on, and just the quotes that we were getting, you know, pre-Shopify. It was like the quotes we were getting to create that shopping basket. You know, that check. Oh my God, what a nightmare that was. Woo.
Yeah, you know, I switched over to WordPress, and I had to do a shopping cart and said, I'm going to go with WooCommerce. And so I went with it, but it wasn't owned by WordPress then.
Right.
And so like 6 months later, I had stuff going, and they bought it. And I was like, wow, I really picked the right one. I guess it was the best one since they bought it.
Right.
You know, so it went right in there. But yeah, I've kind of like been into a lot of things that were startups, I guess. And I kind of get, my wife says I'm attention deficit, but I get as consumed with whatever I do.
Sure.
And so now I'm consumed with Bitcoin, and we sold off all our businesses, and this is all I do, whether it's the conference or speaking or just hanging out and talking about Bitcoin.
Right.
And it's kind of a, you know, I think Bitcoiners are like Jehovah Witnesses. This is my deal. You know, Jehovah Witnesses, I don't know if you know much about it, but they only
Let me give you my testimony.
They only think like 144,000 people are going to heaven.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like everybody can become a Jehovah Witness and go to heaven.
Right.
The top 144,000. My friend converted. I told him, so you're never going to heaven. I know what you did when you were
It was
a kid.
way more than 100.
It's got to be 144,000 people ahead of you. But the thing is, Bitcoin, you know, Jehovah Witnesses go door to door, not because they think they're going to get most of them realize they're not going to heaven, but they want to help people out.
Right.
And a lot of Bitcoiners are like that in the fact that once they start talking about it, they can't quit, and they're not trying to get you to buy Bitcoin because you're going to help their stat go up. They want you to buy Bitcoin because they want to help you. And that's the way Jehovah Witnesses are, really. You know, and I'm not a Jehovah Witness. I just know this much about them.
Right,
but that little bit amount that I know is a lot like a Bitcoiner.
Sure.
You know, they're like going, I don't want you missing the boat here. I want you like knowing about this, and that's the way Jehovah Witnesses are.
It's a little religious. Yeah.
It is it's a little cultish, to be honest with you. Not as cultish as Jehovah Witnesses, but it is a little cultish.
Oh my goodness, that's fantastic.
Yeah, write your letters to the no.
to the bird. Tension mark.
Yeah, just write to the circular file. Okay, so so you've been in a few cycles now. So what have been the more interesting things that you've seen since you're like because you got into it? I remember I joined you at the beginning of your journey when you and Tony were just
you were the first guest we had on our show.
That's right. Yeah.
We did.
Very proud of that.
Of course, as soon as I got into Bitcoin, I started doing a podcast, and then within a year, I had a conference.
Yep.
You know, so I moved pretty fast once I got into the world.
So, but like, much like me, where I got into Bitcoin and I started selling it almost immediately, just so I could kind of have a finger on the pulse of what was going on. You started that conference, you did the podcast, so you've had a interesting way to have a finger on the pulse of what the community is like, what the culture is like, and like what the ecosystem that's outside of Bitcoin but connected to it, you know, like the crypto and the blockchain world. So what have you seen?
Well, you know, we've seen a real separation of Bitcoin from crypto. That's been a big thing, I think, is the fact that...
it wasn't like that when you started.
No, it was all crypto.
Right.
And over the last 3 or 4 years, there's been a separation where there's 20,000 cryptocurrencies and then there's Bitcoin.
Right.
And you've even heard it said in the House, you know, that there's Bitcoin and, you know, so that's been another big thing. I was thinking about this because I'm on a panel tomorrow, and it was one of the questions. And since BitBlock Boom, using that into consideration, at the first BitBlock Boom, I think you were there, you spoke at that.
Yep.
There was one girl there, one female.
Right.
At BitBlock Boom. You know, not even, so it wasn't even like 1%, I don't think, of the people.
Right.
Now, you know, 7 years later, it's still not in parity, but it's like 12, 13%. So it's growing at a good rate, which always confuses me, since in many households, the women hold the purse strings. You know, like even in my house, my wife keeps all the money, and takes care of all that. I just spend it and make it. You know, she tells me, "Oh, don't spend any more or make more," one or the other.
Yeah. That's always kind of a laggard type approach in finance. So we have a host on our network named Dina Abdul, and she's an NBA wife, and she said whenever her husband joined the NBA, all the financial advisors would talk to the wives to get to the husbands, and then totally miss the boat on any of the, because the wives, like you said, they hold the purse strings even in those relationships. Like they're the ones making a lot of financial decisions, and a lot of financial advisors that didn't recognize that would lose business because they tick off the wives.
Yeah,
like, you treat me like I'm a gatekeeper for you? No, go away.
No, exactly.
Right.
And then they have a lot of input, and a lot of times the men just don't even want to mess with it. So women, I don't know if it's one of those things, it's a right brain, left brain, or what it is, but I find most people that the wives handle that, but they are late getting into Bitcoin. So I don't know if the husbands were like getting a side gig to buy Bitcoin with, or weren't telling their wives what's going on, or, you know, but they're getting stacks, and then their wives are finding out about it.
I mean, I know what it was like for me, because I covered it early at Silicon Angle, and I would buy it and sell it, and then my wife would, why are we sending this money to MT Gox in Hong Kong to, what is this for? Why is $3,000 missing from our bank? Trust me, babe, it's going to be I don't like this. And then, of course, I got forgiveness later once the price went up.
Well,
but
that's the way it was. Yeah, my wife's going, what? How much Bitcoin we got?
Yeah.
How much did you spend?
Right.
And then when it started going up to 60 and 70, she was like, how did you know this?
How did you not buy more? Why?
Well, you were so smart. How did you figure this out? But if she had seen it go from, earlier drops, she would have had a heart attack. Because this has been a hard one for her, because this is her first bear market. And she saw it go up to 69 and go back down to 17. And it's been really long. This is the longest bear market I've experienced. So I tell her that today. I said, Kathy, I got to give you props. Not only did you see the biggest dollar drop, maybe not percentage, but dollar drop, this has been the longest one I've ever seen. Yeah. And so I got to give you props for handling it.
Marriages that survive Bitcoin bear markets are truly the stuff of legend.
They have to be. They have to be.
Yeah.
But, that's one of the things I see the women involved in Bitcoin. And I see a lot more boomers involved in Bitcoin too.
Yeah.
Than I did before. I'll go into places and I'll be at some place in my peer group at a party that a friend has, and someone's told someone that I'm into Bitcoin, and then someone told me, hey, I'm into Bitcoin, and I'm a boomer. I'm going, I see you're a boomer. You don't have to tell me that.
I wonder how much of that has to do with, as an older adult, you've actually seen so many market cycles. Like the people that are managing money now and the people that are actually in the room right here, the majority of them have never seen QE anything, right? It's always been QE infinity. Right. And we've actually seen a few market cycles where interest rates have been volatile. Like I remember they raised by 1/4 of a point pre-2000, and the market comes crashing down by 1 to 2% just because of a 25 basis point move. And now that's a joke.
Right.
So I wonder how much more of that is like knowing that we want to be a little more conservative with the nest egg that we do have. And it tends to be your generation now that is sitting on the majority of the nest egg. And so in a way, it's kind of a conservative investment if you understand it.
Yeah, well, you're right. The boomers have the most money of any generation, and probably any generation ever as a whole. And we're getting ready to pass on more money that's ever been passed on to, I don't know who's next, millennials, Generation X. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not getting it though. You're going to skip us and give it straight to the grandkids.
Well, I've always told my kids since they were 13, they're not getting jack.
Yeah.
We're going to spend it all.
Right.
I wanted them not to be thinking they were
That's
getting
what my dad
anything.
told. My dad said, I am going to die in debt. Don't worry, you're not going to assume it.
We used to think we're going to just piss it all away. We're just going to piss it away. Which we aren't. They're going to get plenty, but they grew up with that mentality. They weren't getting jacked. And that they had 4 years to get out of college. We paid for 4 years. Then they were on their own.
Yeah, that's how it was at X. Is like we had to do our own thing.
They both got out in 4 years, and they had to get jobs, or they couldn't come back home. And they both got jobs.
Yeah.
So we were really tough on our kids.
Yeah.
And but I think things were tough. They weren't as tough on me as they were my parents and my grandparents. Every generation is easier and easier.
Yeah.
Because of technology or whatever's happening. But
some kind of progress, right?
Yeah, it's part of progress.
So anyway, bringing it back to the conversation point, though, is that again, you guys have like a tremendous amount of wealth now, but also you've seen so many different market cycles, and you know that asset allocation and diversification, right? Key there is not just asset allocation, but diversification shows that you want to have a cash freezer for your money
Well,
so
I'm not
that
very
you are able to get out,
diversified.
right?
I'm not very diversified, so
Yeah.
I'm kind of like a Bitcoin guy through
Yeah.
and through. I'm
Through and through,
I've had to
you're all
truly-
in.
I'm all in. I'm all in. Whether it's MicroStrategies or Riot platforms
Riot
or whatever,
I'm
So
pretty-
diversification for the Bitcoin maximalist means having a little bit in a cold wallet, a little bit in the hot wallet, and a little bit of MicroStrategy, and that's about it.
Yeah, to me, MicroStrategies is my ETF.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I've already been in an ETF since that stuff was like 160 or 70,
Right.
I mean, the day he announced, I remember talking to Bitcoin Tina out of Florida, I don't know if you're familiar with him, and I said, this sounds like an ETF to me, I'm buying.
Right.
And he goes, that Michael Saylor doesn't know what he's talking about. And I said, I don't know, I'm buying, So
what do you think about the legislation coming up in January as far as like GBTC, and if, even if they do, like they're obviously selling it at a bit of a discount. Do you think that pop in the discount is worth arbitraging, or do you think it's better just to
I'm not
still
really
hold
into
it?
GBTC and all that, so I'm not the person to ask on all that. I just don't I just wouldn't put my money in that, Really, actually, I have things already that are in IRAs and stuff like that. That's the only reason it's in MicroStrategy and stuff. Other than that, I probably would have just put it all in Bitcoin too.
Yeah.
So when I say I'm all in Bitcoin, I'm all in Bitcoin. I'm not,
As a financial advisor that actually has very limited options in what I'm able to invest in, for me, MicroStrategy, I'm not going to do that, but there may be a small part.
Well, what's your
of
problem
GBTC.
with MicroStrategy? Just out of curiosity, I mean, they're making good money. They make decent money.
I'm not denying any part of
have
that.
a great
My point
reserve.
is that it's not necessarily, it's a software company as far as I'm concerned, that I can't figure out how to buy the software. I can't do diligence it enough to be able to say that I'm going to put my clients in MicroStrategy. But GBTC or THE, it's literally the underlying, it's a derivative, it's an instrument of the actual token,
they own
right?
They own
so
Bitcoin,
for me, I don't have to worry about execution risk on Saylor's port if he over or under levers, right?
So then you should be really waiting on ETFs, like when
Well,
BlackRock
that's why I was
gets in,
asking.
you're like,
I wanted to know whether or not
Yeah.
you believe that the GBTC thing could convert over to an ETF, how that would look, and
Well,
what your
I
thoughts
believe
would be
it
on
could
that.
convert over to an ETF. They have an ETF basically. All they have to do is make it an ETF. I mean, they have the Bitcoin in stock.
Right.
It's not like they have to acquire it like BlackRock's been acquiring it. So
Yeah.
I'm sure they're just ready to go as soon as they get the word. I don't think that's the issue, whether it can happen or not. And I think there are a lot of people, especially boomers, who are not prepared to buy a wallet and remember these seed phrases.
Right.
I had this conversation with somebody, as Voltaire said, with great power, you got to take care of that. It's like what Uncle Ben said.
Right, great power, great responsibility.
Yeah, that's the way.
My
being
wife
your own-
loves that quote, so she's watching right now.
I say Uncle Ben because
Yeah.
most people know Uncle
Yeah.
Ben, not Voltaire.
Yeah.
But most people are not prepared for that power or that responsibility.
Yeah.
They kind of want the power, but they don't want the responsibility.
Right. That brings me to I was going to ask you about this. So we've been talking with a lot of people with a lot of different approaches to education. Obviously, your preference, if you can educate somebody is if they hold their own keys, right?
Yes.
I know that about you.
Yeah, for sure.
So how do you get boomers and other normies from A to Z in terms of understanding the concept and holding their own keys?
I find that the easiest thing to do for me, because I've tried to convert a lot of boomers, is to get them to start dollar cost averaging.
Okay.
If you can get them to do it, I don't care if it's Swan or River or where in the hell it's at, but they get the emails that they bought some and they're buying $10 a week or $100 a week or $1,000 a week, whatever their place in life is. But they start looking at that different from buying it once. One person had in 2000 when it was $3,000. I talked them into buying $10,000 worth. They never looked at it again. And
That's a great idea and thought process. Looking back at my client base that's older is used to dollar cost averaging in, and the younger generation is more transactional. So that's a whole different mentality set.
It makes it look at it too.
Yeah.
And instead of buying it once and not looking at it for 4 years, they go, I got some of that. They go, oh my gosh. And the several people I've done that to have called me within 3 months. One guy goes, I went ahead and bought 10,000 a day. Another guy goes, I bought 100,000 a day. But they start looking at it buying it, seeing it. Maybe if you're like with Swan or something, you get a little email telling you about it.
Yeah.
And then the next thing, they're orange pilling themselves.
Right.
But it's getting skin in the game on a regular basis. Not a one-time skin, regular basis is the deal.
Right.
If you want to orange pill someone, that's the easiest way to do it, in my
There you
book.
go. My most popular video is the dollar cost averaging video.
And they don't have to buy a lot. You can just,
Right.
hey, can't you afford $10 a week?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to like say, we need you to buy 1%. You just got to get them to buy a little bit on a regular basis, and you can talk them into that. You know. So that's my deal. It's dollar cost average.
Makes total sense. Yeah.
I think we got time for one more question. They're giving me a signal over there.
What?
So.
Is that your son giving you that signal
Yeah,
over there?
he's giving me. So you got one last one in you?
I'm just really impressed with the turnout of everybody, the boomer, like really the dollar cost averaging thought process and that mentality is actually something that I really have never considered when it comes to personality traits of investors. But that's something I'm definitely going to start thinking about moving forward.
I'm still kind of surprised on the not getting the people into MicroStrategy's deal. Especially with it down, it was as high as $1,000.
Yeah.
Now it's 500. And we know Bitcoin's going up.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, it's like sitting there like a pretty looking thing to me.
We had I literally had a FINRA auditor in my office, in our office, and they literally started questioning the choices of some of the investments that we had in the portfolio. And it didn't matter the size, because the size was negligible. But they had an issue with me as a professional who literally had discretion. And so to make the world a better place in our firm and regulatorily, GBTC and ETHE were the only ones that I felt comfortable with.
I can see where you're coming from. I'm just surprised. I would have never thought that.
Go talk to those other guys. See if you can talk to those 3-letter agencies.
I got no pull there. That's I'm just an old boomer.
So I guess on the way out for the segment, can you tell us a little bit about what you're going to be on? You said you got a panel tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'm on a panel.
Tell me what's going on with that.
I don't know. It's a Bitcoin panel. That's all I know.
You don't know? What's the topic?
Bitcoin.
Just Bitcoin?
I don't know. I don't do a lot of homework to come talk. That's why I do panels. I don't want to do a lot of homework.
We'll all be surprised together tomorrow.
You either know the subject if you've been invited to be on the panel or you don't.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I do panels. I don't want to make a PowerPoint and do all this work.
Yeah.
So I do panels, and I don't know. I just know it's about Bitcoin.
Great. Well, we'll be watching.
I'll be watching too to see what.
Awesome.
All right.
Hey, I enjoyed it, guys.
And Gary, thanks so much for coming on. Glad you joined us here at the Merge.
Yeah, and tell your son he did a good job back there.
All right. Stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
He's not even listening back there.
T-3, we are go.
Between CZ and SBF, and SBF comes out and he specifically says, don't worry, all of your funds are safe. Now in hindsight, think about how ridiculous that sounds.
The last week and a half has been absolutely crazy, with OpenAI releasing the new ChatGPT software.
Breaking gaming news. The new GTA 6 is going to be play to earn.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency.
You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. Do you guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes. For what purpose, I'm not sure. How is it going to work? Through cryptocurrencies. Wow.
Look at that, 941.
Wow. You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am.
Well,
this is insane.
more than one, but
my
yeah.
eyes. And you're telling me that AI has blown up that much that not only have we gone from the biggest surplus of GPUs to basically almost doubling the value of the company that makes them, and that's cheap.
We no longer have to know how to write a research paper. With AI, it'll write the paper for you as long as you ask it the right questions and tell it what to do.
And what are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Yep. That's $375,000. Yep. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. On this episode of Ask Dr. Bitcoin, we're going to cover the basics. We're going to talk about what is blockchain, not this bill. We need to close this loophole. It's an insane loophole. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. They're driven by market sentiment and speculation, yes, but they don't promise guaranteed returns.
Mark Shutt here for Crypto Pulse. Strap yourselves in. We have a lot to cover.
Welcome back to North American Blockchain Summit. It's the Merge Live. I'm here with Frank Kushner and joined by a guest today, Kelsey Driscoll. Kelsey, I'm going to drop that down just a little bit, yeah, so we actually see your face.
Now here's my face.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm very short. So
That's
always
okay.
happens to me.
It's been up and down all day. So anyway, I am happy to have you here. We've known each other for a minute. We met a couple of years ago on a panel at South by Southwest on social impact DAOs.
Yeah.
You were running the ship over at ChangeDAO at the time, and I was doing the same thing at Free Ross DAO. And it's time to catch up. So that's what we're going to do today, I think.
Absolutely. Natalie, thanks for having me. It's
Yeah.
so great to see you in person again.
Yes.
And be in your backyard in Fort
Right.
Worth, which is fun.
Right.
Drove up from Austin, and
Yeah.
it's been great. I'm really proud of this conference because it's really expanded over the last few years. And it's been wonderful to be a part of it. I've been part of Texas Blockchain Council for over 2 years now. So watching these grassroots organizations grow in power and influence and impact has been just really inspiring.
Right. So you were in the social impact space. Explain because we have a fairly crypto literate audience, but like not everybody's up to speed on all like the niche terms. So explain how you explain to somebody that's a crypto newbie, what is a social impact DAO? What is the social impact space about?
Sure. Do we know what a DAO is? Should I start with DAO?
I would say, I always describe a DAO as a digital community with an unseizable bank account, and we move from there. You've heard me do that one before.
I like Kelsey's better. I like Kelsey's original one better.
Oh, the Laboratories for Democracy?
That's the one. I love it. I love it.
I also like to call them crypto co-ops.
Yeah.
Because I think we talk about, what DAOs are really experimenting with is member ownership. And in traditional social impact work or nonprofit work, that looks like co-ops, whether that be for a building or a farm or whatever it is, or grocery store, we're all familiar with that. But I think what social impact DAOs are doing is how do you apply that with crypto outside of your nation state, kind of how we were talking about, and apply it to different areas, right? That aren't just in your backyard, but how do you do this digitally across divides?
Right. So that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that simplifies it pretty good.
You got that?
Pretty good.
You got it now?
Yeah, I mean, like, would you throw out the co-op or condo kind of co-op better than condo, but like to be able to say that that's kind of the structure, it makes it a lot easier to figure out,
Well, and you can think about it, there's so much diversity within DAOs too. I think where we get stuck is this really stringent definition, but that's not exactly it. When DAOs first came about, we started calling them like friend groups with a wallet. Sometimes, right? It depends on how many member classes you have, which benefits those member classes get, what they're voting on. And we saw a huge balloon in 21 of just a DAO for everything. And a lot of them failed, quote unquote, or a lot of them closed, right?
Yeah.
And it was because we're doing this experimentation now. What do people want to vote on? What do people want to have a say in? And the reality is not everything. We don't need to be recreating, representative democracy. We already have a problem in this country, at least, with less than 50% of people voting in their local elections.
Right.
Why do we think that's going to be different within an organization that's not run by a nation state? That's kind of a human nature thing. But it's been cool to watch different DAOs take different shapes and explore that and how to get people engaged, keep people engaged, and really make the impact they want to make.
Right. So dive a little bit deeper on that. Like, so what have you seen? Because I was in and around DAOs, but I didn't really get into it in the way I have since Free Ross DAO, since that 2 year ago kind of demarcation point. I've covered it as a journalist and been around them, but like operationally, that was a very big learning experience for me.
Totally.
And so you've been in this space at the same level of involvement pretty much as me for that period. What are the biggest like changes in the ecosystem, changes in best practices that you've observed?
Concerning DAOs or crypto broadly?
I would say like in DAOs specifically. I'm for the purposes of this question, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I honestly think the biggest thing from 2020 to now was the PFP bubble.
Sure.
So I feel like what we watched happen was people buy NFTs to be a member in a member class of a PFP project, but most of them went to zero.
Yeah.
And so you saw a bunch of people, ape in, like we used to say, buy the NFT and then stall and be like, okay, now we have all of these people in this container. What are we doing?
Do with it. Yeah.
And that happened a lot. Like we saw that happen of like, I don't know. I think one of the best examples was Constitution DAO, where it was like we were all hype about it.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden it was like PeopleCoin, and then we were like, well, how are we using PeopleCoin? Like, what do we spend that design question? I think. And some really thrived, most didn't. That's okay. Like, that's why you innovate, and innovation is mostly failure, to be honest with you.
And I wouldn't even characterize a lot of it as a failure state. I mean, some of them clearly, like the PFP things you're talking about, would be. I mean, because there was a lot of them felt like they were trying to build a business that obviously didn't occur, games and stuff that never happened. But like in the social impact space, I would say, like even though like Free Roscoe shut down, that wasn't necessarily a failure state. That was a planned exit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And when an organization no longer that is mission driven no longer needs to serve that mission, winding it down is actually a successful end state for it, rather than having this like non-living entity that's somehow like, you know, continuing to exist well beyond any kind of serve by date, you know.
Well, and can be exploited
Sure.
if it's on chain, right?
Yeah.
And so the safest thing is to have, this is what we're doing, right? This is the end state, or we're continuing, or this is our roadmap, whatever.
And that's certainly something that DAO has unique to it that a corporation or a non-chain entity, like there's very clear mechanisms for unwinding DAOs that don't exist.
Yeah, I would agree. I think what we also saw, though, the successful DAOs that emerged were trying to plug into existing systems, not overturn them. And I think that that's a lesson for us in the larger Web3 space, to be honest with you. Collaboration over competition, whatever term you want to use.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, like, for instance, we're here at the summit, and ATX DAO is going to be on stage.
Right.
And ATX DAO started around the same time, but they've been really steady and measured with how they've developed. And meaning only the cohort sizes have been controlled. So everyone that's joining is first vetted, but then they're contributing. They created their own way to measure how people are contributing on chain. But that takes a really long time. I think it took them 2 years to develop that. Right. And so I think a big lesson is you got to take the long view. What social impact are you trying to make? And is a DAO a right fit for that impact?
Yeah.
I think we saw a lot of people go, put a DAO on it.
Right.
Quote unquote, right? And then realized, oh, maybe this isn't actually the mechanism or the type of organization you need to accomplish whatever that mission is.
Yeah, you know what I find fascinating, just thinking about the concept of that in not just social, but in a charitable sense, it would be, have you heard of Charity Navigator? Have you seen Charity?
Yeah.
It just starts to make me wonder, like if you actually had a DAO that was like, you know, involved in a specific charity, you could easily figure out the governance based on what was being done in that DAO, right? So, interesting.
And you have a community that cares about an
That
issue specifically,
issue.
right?
Right,
Yeah. And so for ATX DAO, it was making Austin a Web3 hub. And so they have a very clear mission statement. And from that, they have really clear goals, all of that. I'm a social impact strategist. I love goals. I love a logic model. I love, you know, those types of things. And I think a lot of people aped into DAOs without that forethought. And again, it was great as a laboratory for democratic process and how do you, and member classes and things like that.
Sure.
But going a step further outside of just how does it operate, how do we vote on stuff, how do we measure the impact we're having in the community, and how do individuals measure how much impact they're having within the DAO? And I think those are the things that we've been working on through the Bear broadly, and figuring that out of, does this fit? So we don't have this big boom and bust of the DAO structure.
But we're learning. I mean, these are these are the cracks that make it stronger, right? As long as it hopefully didn't break, right? I feel like we've been through it enough that like if it was going to fail, it would have failed. So I'm happy that, you know, maybe we're at a place where a lot of these things have and are being ironed out. So, you know, I don't see that as a failure. I see that as a crack that can be fixed.
Well, and it's just pushing along the maturation curve, really. Like, any emerging technology kind of goes through this, where we're like, does it fit here? Does it? I don't know. Let's see. No? Okay, well, now. And you pivot and you keep going. But we do this in the nonprofit world too. We do this in the government world too. And to your point, I think DAOs are starting to really pick up steam as a different way to organize outside of geography, outside of traditional government, and getting a group of people together to create the social impact they want to see at a time where trust in traditional institutions is at an all-time low.
Right.
And so you see emerging technology being used or at least explored of how to put that trust back into the system, or how to create systems where there's zero trust but you can still depend on it.
Right.
And DAOs have a unique role, I think, in the ecosystem for that goal.
Yeah.
So I think this cycle, in my view, is given us a little bit more clarity when it comes to market-driven DAOs or business-driven DAOs and like the member classes that you're talking about. Have we figured out the balance between market-driven speculation and mission-driven operations for the social impact DAOs? I know that was something we struggled with at Free Ross DAO. And Ukraine DAO kind of found a solution to it that was basically like, well, we're just going to withdraw from the market. But the Free Ross DAO was always a struggle with the financial speculators that came in kind of on the tails of that People DAO, Constitution DAO circumstance, and the folks that were dedicated to the mission. So I know that we're not alone, and we were not alone in that struggle.
No.
What have you observed in that kind of dynamic?
Yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, this is not a unique problem to the crypto space.
Sure. Yeah.
I also run an innovation lab at a nonprofit, and we struggle with the same problems of how do we bring new people into the community by giving them incentives that are going to, they may not have heard about the community had that incentive not existed, right? That's the financial speculation in the crypto market, particularly when NFTs were popping off. You're like, oh, here's an NFT and it's for a good cause, come over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the financial speculation piece. And then when you get there, you're like, okay, this is what we're trying to do with this. And then you had a ton of people who came in for speculation that fell off.
Right.
That's honestly normal for any donor class. That's
sure.
normal. And I see that financial speculation piece in that as almost akin to a donor in a traditional nonprofit. You're throwing it at the impact. There's so many NFTs you can choose from. Why are you choosing this one? Because it speaks to you somehow. You want to make that social impact in the world. But that doesn't mean that you want to continuously make that impact in the world, and it doesn't mean that you want to continuously be involved. And so I think what we haven't figured out, and to your point, to your actual question, what we haven't figured out is that formula, but I don't think the formula is stagnant across all impact areas. It really depends. And the public actually has a pretty short attention span for social impact, right?
It's very sadly true.
Yeah, so you have a flash in the pan, right? Like, it's something like if you don't raise money after a disaster within the first
Seconds.
12 hours,
Right,
you're already old news.
Done. Yeah.
And so I think you do a bit of both of that, but it's always kind of like surfing between
oh yeah.
and creating opportunities to opt in and or opt out without that pressure. And I don't think DAOs have figured that out yet.
Yeah.
When you require people to vote on every single thing, well, you're obviously going to have people who drop off because you can only be part of so many DAOs and do so many things in one day.
Sure.
And so I think that's what we're figuring out. And I think there are DAOs that do, like the cohort model I was talking about, where you're intentionally choosing who's part of it, creating a barrier of entry to get in to make sure that you're buying into the entire commitment that you're making and the impact. But I also think that there's plenty of room for inclusive DAOs. Everyone can come in. We just have to create models that are achieving the impact we want to make at scale.
What do you think is the actual, like right now, in your heart of hearts, what's the one thing that you know that the DAO absolutely is? Like what do you know that for sure it's a great use case?
I know I've already mentioned ATX DAO, but I think like the proof is in the pudding there. Austin is known as like a Web3 hub, and it's a lot because of ATX DAO.
Right.
And now they're, so I think that's a great use case. City DAOs generally, I think, are a great use case because you have a bunch of people who are dedicated to the economic development of that city. And so they're not only going to buy the thing, but...
And it might be more flexible in what they can use it for under the mission of the DAO as opposed to having to get too much bureaucracy behind a general budget. Right.
And DAOs like that have specific impacts, and they're geographic based. And so the members that are coming into them are like, I'm committed to this state, this city, this geographic location. There's a tangible impact right in front of my face that I'm seeing. And that keeps people bought in when they know the impact they're making and they can see it in their own backyard. So I think that's a great use case for DAOs. But on the other side of it, which we haven't seen, which I'm excited, hopefully, to crack this, is almost like it's a nonprofit without borders for sharing resources for specific causes. So think of the Children's Miracle Network and how there are a bunch of different hospitals within that network. And when you donate to the Children's Miracle Network, it goes to all of those. So you know that you're donating to this larger cause that's going to have impact across a bunch of different geographies. And within the healthcare system, that's super hard, but they make it really easy. You can see the one-to-one comparison of that on chain, of how you could create different member classes based on donations, based on if you're a nonprofit that's part of the DAO and receiving some of those funds, whatever it may be. So I think that's a use case that we haven't seen yet because the economic incentive hasn't been there, but I think the community impact incentive is there.
So Ukraine DAO has done a little bit of that. They've done I would say probably about 40% of what you're describing, because they had to go a little bit more opaque on member classes because of bad actors that were using financial activism to try to disrupt the operations.
Right.
But in terms of the donate once, hit these transparent charities, they definitely got that part nailed. Yeah. So no, absolutely.
And that's unique to blockchain, right? And that's why that's so important. But DAOs, I think, are going to give us another model to break the traditional nonprofit market out of this codependence cycle that we have on high net worth individuals and government grants. And if we want to make the change that we want to see in the world at a rapid pace, we need new systems to be able to do that, because the systems we have right now are not sustainable. And blockchain is actually a huge innate part of unlocking that potential, in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. So we've only got a couple of minutes left for this particular segment.
Yeah. So I guess the last question. So you're sitting in a unique spot because you're with your involvement at Texas Blockchain Council. You're close to kind of the issues that are kind of on the fore, and you're in the social impact space.
Literally in the seat of the most influential blockchain state in the nation so far, right?
It is true. Yeah.
So my question is, of all the policy things facing the industry right now, which one do you think is the most important? If we could throw all of our intent and activity behind a single policy initiative or piece of legislation, what should it be?
That's a great question. Admittedly, not a lobbyist.
Right. Sure. But you see a lot of the stuff that comes across the wire, so to speak, with the TBC. So.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of DAOs, I think the DAO legislation that didn't get through the Texas Legislative Council last year is a good piece of legislation, and is a good piece of policy, and we'll see it again.
I'm sure.
And I think that's important. I think DAO legislation that is not that basically de-risks the landscape so more people can participate and nonprofits can figure out how to do that and mitigate that risk is really important for that growth.
Right.
We can talk about cryptocurrency, we can talk about fintech, we can talk about all of that, regulatory capture, what have you. It's much more complicated, and there's big banks involved, and it's a bit different. But when we talk about social impact and setting up...
Tell me about it. I know all that firsthand.
Right, exactly. You get it. But I think when we talk about setting up the infrastructure for the next social impact industry, DAOs will be a part of that, because blockchain will become the infrastructure for a lot of community organizing. And I think if we can get a solid idea of what that looks like and how you can make it easy, for just as easy to start an LLC to start a DAO, and understand your accounting principles behind it and what you're supposed to report, I think that'll be really life-changing to the entire social impact sector, because you're going to provide a new way to organize that's not based on a government-regulated currency. That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. That's actually a great note to close this segment on, because that's The tooling has been developed this last cycle. A lot of it has survived, thankfully.
Yeah.
A couple of my favorite tools didn't quite make it, but
it happens.
It's of the ones that didn't survive, there's been some great alternatives. So I think we're headed towards that world that you're describing. So
I hope so.
Yeah.
So Kelsey, if people wanted to learn more about what you're up to, what you're interested in, how would they follow you? Would they find you on traditional social media? Do you have like Substack? Do you have any Medium? What's your outlets?
And I'm also on LinkedIn. I know that not a lot of people in the blockchain space are on LinkedIn, but I'm
I still
searchable
use
on
it.
LinkedIn, Kelsey Driscoll. So feel free to add me. Yeah, those are basically my two. So please feel free to reach out. My DMs are open.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love stewarding people through like social impact and blockchain. It's one of my favorite things. So thank you so much for having me. This has been wonderful.
Thanks so much for coming on.
It's been just such a pleasure to meet you, to reconnect with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In your backyard.
Yes.
In your backyard, that's right. Usually we're going down to Austin, so it's great. It's great to have you guys up here for once. It's awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks so much.
All right, thanks so much.
Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
What's going on, everybody? We are here for a special episode of Web3 Ready. We are here at the North American Blockchain Summit that the Texas Blockchain Council is hosting. I have a very special guest today, Miss El Salvador. Thank you for being on the show.
Hi, Mark. Thank you so much for this interview, and I'm so happy. I'm so glad to be here. It's my first time at this conference, and I'm liking it a lot.
I'm happy to hear that. Is this your first time in Texas?
It's not. So I lived in Texas for 8 years.
Oh,
I
wow.
studied in UT.
Nice.
Actually, I barely moved from Texas last year. I miss Texas.
That's awesome. That's awesome. How is El Salvador treating you?
Well, Salvador right now, it's amazing. It's the place to be right now. It's one of the safest countries in Latin America. Bitcoin is legal tender. So there's a lot of investment in El Salvador right now.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people from all over the world are going to El Salvador to live, to raise their families, to have their companies, everything.
That's awesome. Could you break down for us what El Salvador and the Bitcoin community looks like over there?
Okay, so I just moved to El Salvador in April, and El Salvador made legal tender in 2021. But to be honest, a lot of Salvadorans, they do not know how to use Bitcoin. They do not know how to start like investing. They don't know anything about Bitcoin. They just know that it's something very volatile.
Yeah, volatile. Yeah.
And so that's why they are a little bit afraid to invest in that. So that's why I am educating people in El Salvador to start at least putting $1 in Bitcoin,
Yeah.
you know, because I'm telling them that this is going to be the freedom of our economy, of our finances, you know. So I think it's very important that not only foreigners take advantage of Bitcoin, but
What's the biggest problem in El Salvador right now in regards to Bitcoin? Because from an outsider's perspective, from an American perspective, it seems like El Salvador has adopted Bitcoin. You know, people seem to be using it there, the government for sure at the minimum. So it's very surprising to hear that people really don't know what it is.
yeah, that's the thing. I think, the government made it legal tender, but they didn't implement education. So I think that it's a problem because when you want to pay in Bitcoin, like some people are like, no, I don't want to accept it, even though it's legal, like you can. So only the foreigners are the ones going to El Salvador and doing their business in Bitcoin, paying everything in Bitcoin, and telling Salvadorans to accept Bitcoin, that is like a good thing. And also Salvadorans, they think that only rich people are the ones that can have access to Bitcoin, and that is not true, because you can literally invest $5 a month in Bitcoin and it will keep growing, you know, but that's something. At least you are like putting your seed. So I think that's the main problem, but I see this when the internet was new, you know, like everyone was like, no, what's that? I will keep writing in my notes, and now no one can live without internet. So I see that in Bitcoin right now. It's a new thing in El Salvador, and people are getting used to it, and they will have to learn.
Yeah.
So they will get to use it more.
So are people buying like coffee or going to the grocery store and buying it with Bitcoin?
Yes, literally. You can pay everything. You can pay your rent.
Wow.
You can pay water, your cell phone.
That's so cool.
Everything, yes.
That's very cool. So tell us what kind of educational initiatives you are working on to educate Salvadorians on Bitcoin.
Okay, I will tell you why I started. So when I decided to wear my Bitcoin outfit at Miss Universe, I told the designer I wanted to be a Bitcoin, and he told me no, because Bitcoin doesn't represent us. The government only did this to steal our money. And I was like, no, that's not true. But that's what they believe, you know, because
Wow.
Bitcoin dropped. That's why they believe that. So when he told me that, I was like, okay, after Miss Universe, I'm going to make a project that I'm going to educate people about Bitcoin, tell them my experience, how it changed my life, how like the system doesn't want us to be free, you know, because at the end, the money that we have right now in the future, every time it's going to increase more and more and more decrease more and more instead of increasing.
Yeah.
So if you have only Bitcoin, you're gonna be self-independent in your finance.
So why do people think that the government is using Bitcoin to steal their money?
No, okay, so the government made this Chivo wallet that you can put your Bitcoin there and you can pay everything with the Chivo wallet. So at the beginning when they did it, they gave $30 to all citizens.
Isn't that a good thing?
It is a good thing, but someone hacked
The wallets.
The wallets, yeah. So like in Salvadorans, they have $30 and then they didn't have anything. So that's why they thought that the government made it to steal their money.
So basically, El Salvador, the government made a wallet for all the citizens.
Yeah.
That wallet got hacked, and therefore many people thought that the government actually stole their money.
Exactly, but not all got hacked, but some.
But a lot.
And then a lot of Salvadorans they didn't know they didn't know anything about Bitcoin, you know.
So let me ask you
why should I use
this: does the government of El Salvador, you said they made the wallet? Do they control it, or is this a decentralized wallet?
They
control it.
Yeah, there's ATMs.
That's very interesting. So, you talk about Bitcoin and that idea of decentralization,
I know,
but then your government is centralizing the process by making and controlling the wallet.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting mix, and my question to you is, what does that practically look like, right? Because you have Bitcoin over here, which is decentralized, then the wallet is centralized.
Well, you can also use another wallet and pay with whatever wallet you want. The government made this wallet to maybe introduce Bitcoin to Salvadorans, but at the end, you can pay with whatever wallet you want. Decentralized, centralized, it doesn't matter. But like they gave those $30 only when you download the Chivo wallet.
So do you think the launch of Bitcoin in El Salvador was successful or is a failure?
I would say it was successful in some way and maybe failure because they didn't put education on it. But it was a success because now, because of that, there's a lot of investment and new people coming to El Salvador and a lot of migration and a lot of people. So there's a lot of population of Salvadorans in the USA. Now all of them are coming back to El Salvador because of Bitcoin. And not only Salvadorans, like I said, only a lot of foreigners. So I would say it's more successful because now we have more investment, more business, and El Salvador is growing a lot.
Wow. So in your opinion, the implementation of Bitcoin in the country of El Salvador was not only successful, but has positively impacted the country.
Yes, a lot. Because now also there's a lot of tourism now.
Wow.
A lot. So, yeah, Bukele is doing a great job, like bringing a lot of tourism, and people want to just go to El Salvador and know how it is with Bitcoin,
So what does that look like if another country like America or Russia or China, these big world powers, what would that look like if one of these countries implemented what El Salvador has implemented?
Well, I think I don't think the government would want that. The government of the USA, Russia.
But like you said, in El Salvador, it has helped the country so much. Granted, it's different than America or Russia, right?
Yeah.
But do you see it being practical for countries to adopt a policy that is pro-Bitcoin, that is pro-digital assets?
Definitely, because at the end you're gonna be free.
Yeah.
You're gonna be free of the inflation, for example.
But would the government want that?
Of course not.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, no.
Very nice. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit more about what you do. How do you work to educate people on Bitcoin?
Okay, I started one of my main projects was about educating people about being self-independent in their food. because at the end you cannot eat Bitcoin, you know. So for me, the most important thing is to be self-independent in your food, in fruits, vegetables, medicinal plants. And I've been doing this 10 years ago because my father, he got pancreatic cancer. And he got cured because we started to grow our own organic food and because he started to take the CBD oil.
Wow.
So we started to grow cannabis
Wow.
at their place and started to do the CBD oil and give it for free to people in need. Because, well, I don't know if you know, but pancreatic cancer, it's one of the most difficult cancer to
Overcome. Yeah.
Yes. Steve Jobs, he got pancreatic cancer and he died, even
Right.
though he had all the money in the world. So it doesn't matter if you have all the Bitcoin in the world, if you don't have health, you don't have anything. So that was my main project, to make people self-independent in their food. And then when my country made legal tender Bitcoin, I was like, well, this is the perfect mix, you know, like being self-independent in your food and being self-independent in your economy and finances. If you're autosufficient in those two things, then you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to be depending on anyone ever. You know, you have the most important things that human beings need.
Definitely. That's awesome. So what kind of channels or initiatives do you work on to educate people? Like, what do you actually do? Like, is it content? Do you go speak at seminars? Do you do workshops? What kind of things do you actually do to help educate El Salvadorians?
I speak in seminars, I go to schools, and right now I'm working on a project that I want to start making videos and explaining how easy it is to, like, it doesn't matter if you don't have a garden, you can literally do it in a wall. You can put your hydroponic system and you can start growing something, and then you can start doing self-sufficient communities, you know, like you grow lettuce, I grow tomato, the neighbor grows apples, so we all share, you know.
And we all buy it from each other with Bitcoin.
Exactly.
That's funny. That's awesome. So, wow. What kind of differences do you see between like what El Salvador is doing with Bitcoin and the initiatives in the United States with cryptocurrency and digital assets?
What are the differences?
Yeah, like when you go to El Salvador and then, you know, you travel to America and then back, what kinds of things are you noticing or, you know, seeing that in the adoption of digital assets?
In El Salvador.
In El Salvador, and, you know, I'm trying to make a comparison between what you're seeing, here and what you're seeing in El Salvador.
Well, when I went to the other conference in LA, I saw that a lot of people, they wanted to like have legal tender like in El Salvador, and all of them wanted to go and live to El Salvador, but why not? Instead of going to live to El Salvador, you just like do it legal tender here in the USA too, you know. And I know here in Texas, it's a good thing. It's a big thing too. So.
Do you think Bitcoin should be legal tender?
Of course.
Why?
Because it's freedom. We don't have to depend on the government. We don't have to depend on the Federal Reserve. So for me, it's like getting out of the system.
That was a great answer, just so you know. I'm trying to frame these questions in a way where we clip them, so that was awesome. Anyway, let's keep moving on. I interrupted you, so I apologize, but again, I want to go back to this comparison of what you see like in the States here versus there, because I think there are a lot of lessons we can draw from what El Salvador did and what the people feel, so that if the government decides to make it legal tender here or adopt it here on a grand scale, how do we avoid mistakes and how do we avoid situations where the government is abusing the idea of decentralization and trying to centralize what cryptocurrency is?
I don't see something that, well, at the end I think they want to control us, you know, the government, the system. So I think the first thing is to educate people, you know, like what is Bitcoin, what is money, why is it important to be free in your economy? I think that's like the most important thing. So if all the country, if all USA know about this, then they will have like an argument to say that they want this as legal tender. But if just a few know, and I don't think it's gonna happen, you know.
So a big problem in America is that a lot of our policymakers don't understand cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. A lot of them are older folk. And at the Texas Blockchain Council, we try to educate these regulators. How would you suggest that we kind of bring them up to speed and help them understand? Because there's two sides in politics right now in terms of cryptocurrency. You know, we have a big group of officials who really believe in cryptocurrency and believe specifically in Bitcoin. But we have another group like Senator Warren, Elizabeth Warren, who really do not like crypto. So how can the Texas Blockchain Council educate policymakers?
Okay, so I think she doesn't like it. I will say because she doesn't understand the ideology of Bitcoin,
Absolutely.
of being free.
Well, most of the policymakers don't.
Okay, exactly. So I will say that first it will be like you could ask them like, how was life 10 years ago? It was a lot cheaper than it is right now.
For sure.
And if you think about it, life should be a lot cheaper right now because there's a lot of technology. Everything is easier. So if everything is easier, life is easier, there's more technology, then life should be a lot cheaper. It's not increasing. And that's what is happening. It's increasing instead of decreasing. So you should see like what history, you know, like go a few years back and see what's going on with the dollar. Well, not with the dollar, with all the currencies of the world, that instead of like going up, they're going down. And the money that you had 20 years ago, it's not the same as the money that you have right now.
Do you ever think that that will be the same case with Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies? Do you think that the government will somehow ruin it or, you know, take over and control it?
Yeah, I think if they take over the crypto and Bitcoin, of course, we will never get of
situation?
Yes.
So you don't ever think that there will be a government or a group of governments that will control Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies?
There will be some.
Do you think that there will be like a group of governments who control it?
Yeah, I'll guess there will be, but that's the good thing about Bitcoin, that you can get decentralized. You can get some other wallets, some other apps that are decentralized, and you can get out of it. So that's a good thing about it. Yeah, they can control it if they want. Like they can do their own wallet, and they can say, you can only pay with this wallet. If not, we will not accept your money. But at the end, I think there's always going to be a way.
Yeah.
You know.
And do you think? What is your opinion about other cryptocurrencies besides Bitcoin?
Well, I don't like cryptocurrencies that are centralized.
Yeah.
So that's my
Which
opinion.
ones don't you like? I'm putting you on the spot here.
To be honest, I don't know a lot of the names, but okay. So when I started to be in the crypto world, I started to invest in some like other coins like Shiba and Solar. I don't even remember
Solana.
the name. Solana, that one. Yeah, I started on those, but then I saw that they were centralized, and I was like, what's the point of it, you know?
Yeah.
And then right now, yes, I'm only Bitcoin. What about you?
I actually like I'm in what I call Web3.
Okay.
So, you know, that includes cryptocurrencies, NFTs, the metaverse, and among other things. And, you know, I think that the cryptocurrency ecosystem has evolved a lot, right, since the birth of Bitcoin. And I think nowadays you're seeing a lot more centralized participants. You're seeing a lot more companies starting coins. And I don't think that will be the end game. I think the true ethos of cryptocurrency is decentralization, is leave it up to the users. And so I don't think we have as much as we used to, because I think there's so many new projects, and all of these projects want to control the actual project, instead of we made a project, we're going to put it out into the public for the public to decide how, what happens to it. So I do like it all. I'm not just into Bitcoin, but I think there are a lot of difficulties in order for this industry to be adopted that we have to overcome.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I do like the metaverse. I think it's very
You do?
useful. Yeah, the metaverse
Okay.
I do because I think it's it's logical,
Wow.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would say otherwise.
Well, like for example, I don't know, if you want to do a conference, of course you cannot have like billions of people in that conference, but in the metaverse you can. So I think you can have a better reach of people. No, if you do these kind of events in the metaverse.
Do you think that the metaverse is practical on a large scale?
Yes.
You think we'll be using the metaverse?
I think it will, but at the end, I think it will make us more alone, more lonely.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think that, and I don't like that because, well, at the end, we're human beings and we still need the
connection.
physical touch,
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
to see the things in person. So I think it has its cons and pros.
Have you tried the Meta Oculus glasses, like the VR?
I've tried one once. Yeah,
And what did you think about that?
Like I said, it's great, but now, okay, imagine if you are with your family watching a movie, and then you use those things with your family. You're not gonna interact. It's not gonna be the same.
Right.
So yes, it's good in some ways, but I think it will make us like more lonely, and I don't like that.
I agree. Well, I'm gonna reach out to them. How much time do we have? As much as we want? That's great. Let's do maybe another 5 minutes if that works with you. Is there any particular thing you want to talk about or do you want to discuss for our audience?
Well, I will want to talk about a little bit of what I'm doing
Please.
in El Salvador. So, like I said, I'm promoting self-sufficient in food because of my dad, because at the end, human beings, they can stop traveling, they can stop buying stuff, they can stop, like going to places, but they will never stop eating, So that's like one of my main focus, like make people aware of being self-independent in food, because for example in El Salvador, we get our meat from Nicaragua, we get fruits, vegetables from Mexico, from Guatemala, and we do not grow almost anything. We grow coffee and some other little things, but we are not self-sufficient.
Yeah.
So that's something that, like I mentioned, I did in Mexico because I'm half Mexican and my family, they live in Mexico, and we started to grow like in hydroponic system our own fruits, vegetables, cannabis, and then we started to do the CBD oil because it helps for people that has cancer, Parkinson, tumors.
Yeah.
CBD, the cannabis, it's a very miraculous plant.
Yeah.
So to keep like helping all of these people with the CBD oil, we started the business to sell the CBD oil because it's organic. We do not use any pesticide, any chemical in our fruits and vegetables. Yeah. And then we started to do the medicinal teas for different diseases and lotions for the face because I don't know if you know, but the CBD regenerates the cells. And
on your face.
Yeah, like if you take it, then you will regenerate. Like, like cancer, it's cancerogenous cells.
Does it help acne?
It helps for everything,
Okay,
yes, because
so
it regenerates cells.
Everything. Okay. So, do you accept cryptocurrency?
Yes,
Please
I
tell me you do.
accept Bitcoin.
Okay. I was gonna say you can't be a Bitcoin educator and sell products and not accept Bitcoin.
Of course, I accept
That's
Bitcoin,
awesome.
yes.
That's awesome. Do you mine any Bitcoin?
I don't.
You don't. Why not?
I should, right?
I've heard it's impractical for the individual now.
Do you?
I do not. No. I heard it costs a lot nowadays.
It does.
Well, any final words before we go?
Well, thank you so much for hosting me, and I am so happy to be back in Texas because I used to live here and Texas has a place in my heart. And I hope that everyone that does not know about Bitcoin, start being educated, like have information about it, search, and well, if you have any question, you can just message me, and I will be happy to help them.
There you go. Well, you guys heard it here first. If you want to learn about Bitcoin or the crypto world, please reach out to Miss El Salvador or find us here at Web3 Ready. Guys, this has been a great show. We are here live at the North American Blockchain Summit. Thank you guys for watching.
Web3 is changing the largest ticket seller in the world. Tesla. Elon Musk just changed his Twitter logo.
Sohail was...
How did you not take the dirty money? How did you help? Like, how did you grow the practice properly?
Well, and for me, it was all organic because.
And then you don't get a chance, right, to look at folks that have something different to bring to the table.
Right.
So we've been pleased with that. We spend about 60% of our budgets have gone out to minority and women-owned businesses.
Which is huge compared to the national average. I mean, I know Dallas is trying to get to 30%, and
you might have to create an account, but
forget it. Too much work.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. But it is a good website. Every athlete uses it in high school, and everyone I know.
Here's something interesting. So I just looked up, why do we still have a 40-hour work week? And it says the best part of being a small business owner is that I can't fire myself. I could pay into social, like this currency issue. I mean, I think the real difficulty is, again, everyone knows is control. One of the questions that I really do have for the educational system as a whole is like, what are they going to teach? How are they going to change the curriculum as a youth at a much younger age than you are now?
T-3, we are go.
Between CZ and SBF, and SBF comes out and he specifically says, don't worry, all of your funds are safe. Now, in hindsight, think about how ridiculous that sounds.
The last week and a half has been absolutely crazy, with OpenAI releasing the new ChatGPT software.
Breaking gaming news. The new GTA 6 is going to be play to earn.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency. You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. Do you guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes. For what purpose, I'm not sure. How is it going to work? Through cryptocurrency. Wow.
Look at that, 941.
Wow. You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am.
Well,
this is insane.
more
I
than
can't
one,
believe
but
my
yeah.
eyes. And you're telling me that AI has blown up that much that not only have we gone from the biggest surplus of GPUs to basic almost doubling the value of the company that makes them, and that's cheap.
We no longer have to know how to write a research paper. With AI, it'll write the paper for you as long as you ask it the right questions and tell it what to do.
And what are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent.
Yep.
That's $375,000. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. On this episode of Ask Dr. Bitcoin, we're going to cover the basics. We're going to talk about what is blockchain, not this bill. We need to close this loophole. It's an insane loophole. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. They're driven by market sentiment and speculation, yes, but they don't promise guaranteed returns.
Mark Shutt here for Crypto Pulse. Strap yourselves in. We have a lot to cover.
Thank you for joining us on the Merge TV live stream. Here's a sneak peek of the Merge Investigates. Think of Facebook, your personal social network. Your feed is populated by your friends, and their feed is populated by their friends, your mutual network. Your friends comment, like, and share your content for their friends to see, and their friends' friends to see as well. You can see how this model works in your circles. You add Johnny Boy on Facebook, you see his posts, you comment, "Damn, that's crazy," on his most recent Storytime wall post. Your comment gets likes from Danny Boy and Jimmy Boy. You start seeing their posts on your timeline. This is what you'd come to expect if you're in the 40% of the world's population that uses Facebook. Into the future of social media, the term Web3 is a bit of a misnomer. Web3 is a concept of decentralized social media that puts the power of privacy and security back into the hands of the user. With Web3 platforms, privacy and uncensored material is favored, as the user controls their destiny. Where does this fit in our social graph model? Well, it's up to the user to decide that. All possible social graphs the user could integrate into is available to them. So NPR just put out a report an hour ago about Twitter taking legal action against Threads.
Are we allowed to have laptops up? They're not cheating? No, okay.
I'm just curious on what your thought is of this being a copycat platform.
Yeah.
And does Elon have the precedent to even threaten legal action?
So I am a lawyer.
An interesting thing I noticed people talk about was property value. Proponents of the ban suggest that short-term rentals lower home value in single-family residential areas, but having vacant homes in a neighborhood will also devalue their homes. Acknowledging they lower property value also has some weird consequences when they're okay with putting short-term rentals in multifamilies.
Hey y'all, Dina here. So I know you're aware of the Airbnb ban out here in Dallas. Now, personally for me, I was so excited to check out my first Airbnbs, and all of a sudden my friend texted me and said, there's a ban in Dallas. Now, what's more interesting is our team here at Harper Belmont, they decided to go and research what was really going on, and they made a short documentary. It sits on the Merge TV on YouTube. I want you to go in, watch the video, subscribe to it, and tell me what you think, because in my opinion, it was pretty interesting. But hey, my opinion doesn't really matter. His might. All right, I'll see you later.
Welcome to The Merge. We talk about business, finance, and tech. It's the only things that we talk about so that you can live your life and rely on us to think about that stuff for you. We've got Money in the Bank with Frank. Frank Kushner comes to you every single week with market updates, personal finance advice.
What are the true drivers of AI? It could be a trend that lasts for quite a while.
Make enough to cover 100 times your monthly rent. Wow, that's a lot of money.
We've got Mark Shutt, who comes to you every single week with new tips, tricks, and news around the world of Web3 on Web3 Ready.
First Brexit, now Bitcoin. The Bank of England is creating a central bank digital currency. You think that the government should have a role or should not have a role? Zero role. Do you guys think that AI will take over?
I think it will to a certain extent.
We got my personal favorite, Ask Dr. Bitcoin. Well, hello there. I'm Mark Risen-Hopkins. I'm a cryptocurrency and blockchain enthusiast who's been studying and learning about the space since 2011. That's where I come to you with a bunch of random but important concepts that you're going to need to survive in the world of cryptocurrency. Meme coins are typically much more transparent about their lack of inherent value. And we bring it home every single week here at the Merge Roundtable, where we'll talk about everything that happened in the previous week and have a little fun in the process.
But my understanding is they want some company to scan your eyes.
It kind of reminds me of Weird Al.
Rebecca Black, I was going to say, but
Weird
yeah.
Al.
You were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, no, I still am.
Well,
this is insane.
more
I
than
can't
one,
believe
but
my
yeah.
eyes.
Threads, everyone made a Threads account.
I don't know what is Threads.
Came out like 2
It's
days ago.
it's Instagram for annoying people.
Yes, hopefully we have something worth value to everybody here. So, yeah, thanks for joining us. Well, so let's go ahead and call it a day. We'll be back next week with more of this, and we'll see you again next week on this show. everyone. Welcome to today's deep dive on what undoubtedly will be one of my more controversial videos. Let me take you back to 2011. Picture this. Late night coffee shop chats in Dallas with an old high school friend of mine. He had recently taken up a VP position at Bank of America, and amidst our reminiscing about our punk rock days and life's ironies, he introduced me to a term I'd never heard before. Bitcoin. To me, it seemed like a far-fetched system of credits, an implausible blend of technology and finance. But that night, curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself eagerly installing a Bitcoin wallet on my laptop, and a new passion was ignited. The intriguing world that blended technology, politics, finance, and revolutionary thinking is our focus today. Buckle up, grab a coffee, and join me as we embark on the exciting journey into the transformative heart of Bitcoin maximalism. Stay tuned. Bitcoin maximalism. What is it? In essence, it is a belief that Bitcoin stands superior to all other cryptocurrencies. Remember the saying that was entered into the congressional record, if it's not Bitcoin, it's a shitcoin? That about sums up the ethos. But it's not just about superiority. It's about the conviction that Bitcoin holds the promise of a decentralized finance in totality. In its early days, as I navigated the forums and crypto discussions, I saw the passion, I saw the fervor, almost akin to religious fundamentalism. This term, however, was coined derisively by Ethereum's creator, Vitalik Buterin. And it was later adopted with pride by Bitcoin enthusiasts on social media. But the core idea is that if it's not Bitcoin, it's irrelevant. Such is the gravity of the belief that it even found its way, like I said, into the U.S. congressional record, echoed by Congressman Warren Davis. The conviction is clear. Bitcoin is ideal money, and all other crypto ventures merely pale in comparison. Only a handful out of thousands of cryptos are even worth a glance, let alone actual usage. But how did this belief take root? As we rewind to my early days in Bitcoin, I immersed myself in Reddit's r/Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Talk forums, and I encountered trolls and naysayers that emerged everywhere. Communities like r/Buttcoin emerged, challenging our beliefs, and in facing this opposition, the conviction of the early Bitcoin community only grew stronger. It was a daily ritual of refining our stance, defending the potential of Bitcoin. This shared defense, this camaraderie, laid the foundation for what we now know as Bitcoin maximalism. Bitcoin maximalism is more than just
back to the Merge TV and our coverage of Summit 2023, the North American Blockchain Summit. Today we are wrapping up our first day 1, 2, sort of, of the conference. I've got 2 marks with me.
2 marks and a franc.
2 marks and a franc.
2 marks and a franc.
Yeah.
The only part is we forgot to put them in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
Franc in the middle.
So what did you get that ran 4 years ago?
Yeah.
In one place. That was awesome. That was great.
To have 2 presidential candidates and to have the 2 top presidential candidates, and that's not a personal opinion. That is a objective fact, I would say. I think they're both, winning the polls. But
Vivek, for sure, like in a major party, not as an independent. Like he's the front runner.
I mean, I cannot believe that the Texas Blockchain Council pulled off having the top 2 presidential candidates in the same building. And it has been a phenomenal show. I have not heard anyone say anything bad. Everyone has enjoyed the conference. They've loved the opportunities they've gotten. A lot of business has been made. And the overall energy has just been absolutely electric.
What I like is it's been, lack of a better term, bipartisan, right? I mean, it's decentralized. Everybody seems to be here on the same side of the equation, which is great.
I think that this rebranding of North American Blockchain Summit, you can honestly feel the community here. It feels like everyone has been brought together, everyone has the same goals, the same initiatives, and the same mindset in terms of adoption and making sure that this industry continues to grow and continues to thrive.
Yeah, I would agree, yeah. Yeah, and we've had a lot of interesting conversations here on the desk. You just had one, of course, with former Ms. Universe, Ms. El Salvador, Bitcoin ambassador. A lot of the conversations we've had here have been with other heads of lobbying groups from around the country, people that are involved in policymaking, and a lot of miners. So like people from the mining industry. So those would be the themes I think we've probably crested the most here with some outliers. What is some of the stuff you're seeing out in the show, Mark? Like, what is the themes that are
you
being
seem
talked
to
about
be-
on the stage and elsewhere?
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of people are having conversations in regards to the progression of the industry and the progression of regulation, right? I think a lot of people here everyone here is obviously in the industry, and all they want to know is what's next. What's next, both as an industry and for regulation. And so I think that bringing together all of these people and providing a platform where they can discuss, they can strategize, they can work together and collaborate to really, again, move forward the industry and the regulation. And I've just seen amazing connections being made that I don't think are possible anywhere else.
You know what I've seen, which I actually am pretty impressed with, is I've seen a lot of people walking around and doing deals and doing business, or at least starting conversations. One of the guests that we had today, I was really excited to have a conversation with him off camera, and we talked a little bit about the industry as a whole, the mining industry as a whole, and how people are realizing that maybe they made some bad decisions, but it's not so bad that they couldn't fix it by merging, right? And so it's interesting to see that reset is happening, whether it's on a actual cash basis valuation adjustment to just a realistic expectation of how long this might take to break even and then flourish.
Yeah.
So I think it's really neat to see people walking around, talking, meeting, and doing business.
I would have to agree with you there, and I think there's something unique about this conference in particular is that people are not wasting time coming in and out. People are here, hanging out, talking, having these conversations, and making business deals. And I think that you won't see that in a lot of conferences, right? A lot of conferences now oversold. We're going to the side parties. Who cares about the conference? Here, you're seeing people posting up at the couches, inviting others to come, and inviting, opportunities.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely like other tent poles. I'll name names. Maybe you don't want to for Bitcoin in Miami, which I guess is Nashville now, and then Consensus, other two big tentpole events for the industry. Mm-hmm. Way different vibe. They're party shows and then spectacle exhibitor shows, but not a lot of business getting done. That's different here.
And you know why I think business is getting done here? Because the people who are here are filtered out, and it happens naturally. Because if you're here, you have to be here. And if you're not here, it's because you're not supposed to be here, right? And I think the people who are here are high level, high quality, and really here to get things done. They're not just let me go explore, see what's happening here.
It's a policy show too. That's the thing, right?
For sure.
You don't see policy being discussed in a serious way, other than as a spectator at most of these other shows.
Yeah. So I'm quite excited about the opportunity people have been given here, and to see such a high quality crowd. It's just absolutely phenomenal.
Right.
Hey, so I valeted my horse. Where am I supposed to pick that up after because it is Fort Worth, right?
They'll bust you down to the stockyards.
Well, guys, it's been a productive day on our end. We have, been shaking hands and kissing babies.
Yes, and we're going to do it again tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m. Central. We're going to kick it off again here. If you've missed some of the great interviews that we did, we're going to replay some of that stuff in the break, stuff with Vivek, stuff with RFK, where
so
Andrew
upset.
Yang.
So close. He was so close to being able to interview him.
Right.
He was walking over this way, and they stopped him. I was this close to
redirected
being
him.
RFK or Vivek?
Vivek.
Yeah, those security
Next
teams
time.
were intense. Next time. There will be a next time, that's for sure.
Right. All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Looking forward to it.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you guys. You did.